sleeplessness. There is a medical term for it, and therefore let us invite the doctor, Dr. Pooja Bedi from Shimla. She is joining us, and we will discuss more about this. So, how are you, Dr. Pooja?
Good afternoon, CK. I'm absolutely fine. This is a pleasure to connect with you every time.
It is our pleasure. And, doctor, that many people are suffering from something called less sleep hours, like including myself. I cannot sleep more than 5 hours or 6 hours. And whatever I do, I even, relax or do whatever, I get up in five and a five. My total daily sleep is only 5 hours or maximum 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'm sure there are people who are even sleeping less. So I think this is something which is suffering many people. Would like to take your opinion on this.
Yes, CK, as you yourself actually clearly answered the question that you sleep for 5 hours, and if you are feeling perfectly fine the very next day, it's absolutely fine. But if it is troubling your daily chores and your day-to-day work activity, your personal life, then definitely it's something that we have to cater for. So, sleep is basically defined in two different population groups in terms of quantity and quality. So, even in spite of sleeping for 5 hours, that the quantity wise it is little less, but if the quality of the sleep is good, then it really is not much of the concern. If you are able to get into deep sleep, if all the stages of the sleep pattern is covered, it is absolutely fine. But for some people, for certain population, it varies. For them, the quantity also matters. Like if they keep on looking at the watch that I slept today for 5 hours, I had a good sleep because I slept for 8 hours. So quantity in some population it matters, but more or less it's about the quality of the sleep we have. So there's a term called sleep hygiene. So how do we make sure and consider all those parameters so we get good quantity as well as the quality of the sleep? Both of them are very, very important. It's not that the quantity isn't important. You do require, everybody requires, as per the age group, a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours every day to stay active and healthy in all the different parameters of the health, the way we define or the WHO defines it. So it's very crucial to have a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours and a good quality sleep in order to stay healthy. So that's absolutely fine if you're sleeping for 5 hours and you're active other day and it's not troubling your work schedule or your personal life. It's absolutely fine.
Doctor, I think I will ask you one very pertinent question. Why I'm sleeping for 5 hours or little over 5 hours? Simply because before I hit the bed, I have my emails to answer, and before I
Mm.
get up, I have again my emails to answer, things to do. So I'm actually sleeping along with my mobile, and I'm sure a lot of people are doing that. I know it's wrong, but there is no way we can help it because it's like some sort of work that you want to get rid of so that your day is more productive. So I think all of us are doing that. I clean my emails in the evening, as well as before I leave the bed I finish all my emails. So this is what is happening also. What is the side effect of using mobile when you go for sleep?
Oh, yes, that's a very, very apt question for today's time. See, as you correctly mentioned, that the looking at laptop or any mobile and you want to be clutter free before you go to sleep. So all this kind of blue light exposure, it definitely affects the secretion of some melatonin. That's a sleep hormone. So if you trouble that particular hormone, you're not going to get a good quality and quantity sleep, which is so crucial for the next day of working. So somehow the individual is required to do the scheduling in such a manner that whatever the clutter of the work that you want to sort it out, you should do it little prior rather than going it to bed. In fact, they say that on the bed is only meant to be sleeping. It's only made for the sleeping purpose. So if you add on your work there, you're adding on the unnecessary stress also. So my recommendation is ki please either you be little relaxed and do the cluttering thing, clearing of the clutter maybe in the morning, or your work that you want to finish, get up a little early in the morning rather than exposing yourself to the blue light and troubling the balance of the melatonin, which in turn will definitely affect the sleep cycle. So it's so crucial that you please, or that particular individual must not use any blue light device before getting to bed. So it's ideally recommended either you can get up an hour early, that's perfectly fine, and do your work at that particular status. But in case you think that it is going to trouble your sleep, then I highly recommend please do it a little early so that you are giving your eyes and your mind a little calming, soothing, sleep hygiene factor and a parameter where you get into good deep sleep. So please schedule it. It's not that difficult also.
Yeah, but the reality is that if you can get rid of, you see, people like me would be getting 200 to 300 emails or messages of different types on daily basis. So it's a lot of work replying to people, and if you don't reply, it looks like something which is not professional. I mean, suppose you say yes, no, or if you don't respond to that person, it appears sort of a bad practice, bad professional practice. So if you can say that, I'm free, not free, etc., even a small reply would maintain your professionalism. So only for that perspective we actually try to close all these email loops, and it has been going on for last many years since we started our career. It's been there. But I think I have done a lot of reading that blue light creates a lot of sleeplessness in people. And now what has happened is that if I don't finish my work, I have another worry in my mind. I have not finished. So it has sort of become a habit, but I know it is wrong. However, this is a typical case for a person like me, but there could be people who may be affected by some sort of serious condition where they don't even get to sleep 2 3 hours, or they don't even get to sleep. In those cases, what is the remedy?
Uh, Coming to the first part where you think, where we are, I myself include in your category, because professionalism definitely comes up sometime where you have to be available at odd hours also. So that's perfectly fine if it is happening on odd hour basis. But for people with, if this is happening on routine basis, that you are getting exposed to blue light or you're on your laptops or mobiles to reply to people. So I will recommend first thing that please do the meditation before going to sleep. I'm not saying do it for 30, 40 minutes. No, that's not required at all. A good meditation of, in fact, of 7 to 10 minutes will make you sleep very, very nicely in a very modest amount. So that is the first thing. Please do meditation. In case somebody is not uh, equipped with how to do the meditation, they can simply do the breathing exercise and close your eyes. And if you follow the simple breathing, there's a particular pattern to do the breathing exercise. So if somebody follows it, it definitely soothes the mind as well as the eyes, which get individual into a good sleep. So my recommendation, meditation, breathing, and some kind of eye exercise. So your eyes, whatever soreness they have suffered because of the exposure or exertion, we tend to work the entire day, so they are very very exhausted. So please do some simple, very basic eye exercise before going to bed. If we have to, getting into a good sleep pattern. Coming to the second part of the question, where you mentioned that yes, sleeplessness actually can lead to very serious conditions. Uh, First, we have to rule out why the sleeplessness is happening. So, the first cause, that is the physiological cause. It can be because of the comorbidity factors. Like, for example, in hyperthyroidism, very simple one, people tend to sleep less. So, obesity can sometimes lead to sleeplessness, and there are many other medical conditions which can lead to. There's the psychological factors, the second thing. If we're talking specifically about the psychological, people having anxiety issues or depression, they tend to suffer insomnia and vice versa. In fact, insomnia can also lead to anxiety and depression maybe in later on cases. But yes, it really affects vice versa in both the cases. And the third is the medical, medicine induced kind of medication we take. It definitely affects the sleep pattern. And in medicine itself, I will also include certain chemicals. Some people are used to smoking, some are more addicted to nicotine, caffeine intake, drugs intake, in youngsters. These all conditions can lead to sleeplessness. Now, sleeplessness, it actually affects the way the factors are causing it. It affects the psychological mindset of a person, it affects the physiological mindset of a person, as well as the societal factors. You know, Talking specifically about the psychological factors, there are so many mental cases that are coming up just because people are not able to sleep nicely. And they come out saying that they are not able to sleep. Either they get up in the middle of the night, or they used to wake up little late, but now the waking pattern has also changed. They wake up early now. So all these are, you can say, initial indicators which tells us that there might be some medical intervention that is required in such cases. So yes, you are very right in saying that sleeplessness or insomnia can lead to major medical conditions in people. Yes.
So, doctor, is this related to things like hypertension and also type A diabetes?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Hypertension, definitely. And type 2 diabetes as well. They both the cases, the sleep pattern is definitely affected. As I mentioned, that the medical conditions can actually lead to insomnia or sleeplessness. So the person is continuously in a stage where they are putting effort to sleep, which make them mentally more drained out. So somehow, yes, the comorbidity factors as hypertension, high BP, hyperthyroidism, and many more such conditions can actually lead to sleeplessness.
So I think the one good advice that you have given is, you can have you can do a meditation 10-15 minutes. You finish your work, sit on a bed and do meditation for 5 minutes. That will help you sleep continuously for 5 hours in a sound sleep. So I think that's a very good advice. Anything beyond, if you're facing any problem, I think you need to consult a doctor to take some medication. And I think meditation is one of the key ingredient. If we do that, then it will solve some of our problems also.
In fact, many of them, CK, to be very frank, because if somebody is mentally sound, the mental level or the balance can actually cater for the physical and the spiritual health as well. So it's very important to stay mentally healthy. That's very crucial, and for that, one definitely need a good sleep pattern. And one thing that I always recommend in my clinic in day-to-day consultation. In fact, today in the morning also I told a person to have a glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Trust me, it really helps a lot to get into a good sleep. Try to have your meal a little early, around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. If somebody can have their meal at that particular time, then your stomach is, and your abdominal activities, bowel movements, everything is looked after very nicely. And the cases which get troubled because of the acidity and many other gastric factors, the sleep will be catered for very nicely. So having a little early meal in the evening uh, will definitely look after the good bowel habit, and in turn will have a good sound sleep. So I always recommend a glass of warm milk in the night, independent of the fact of what the weather is going on, but warm glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Let me add one more thing. Magnesium is a very, very good source of, you know, sleep pattern. So if somebody is deficient in magnesium, it can lead to sleep deficiency. So it's so crucial to maintain your magnesium, and that can be easily catered just to have a couple of bananas a day, and the magnesium need can be catered very nicely. So magnesium is a very crucial factor that we keep on ignoring, and sometimes it happens in the clinic also that the clinicians are not able to diagnose the real root cause of the thing. So dietary factors are also very, very crucial as far as the sleep is concerned. Have your diet little early in the evening. So bowels are a little lightened up, and then to have a fistful of nuts with a warm glass of milk, and definitely not to have much of the carbs, and overfilling, especially in the evening time, is not a good idea.
So I think to summarize today's discussion, first of all, we need to do little meditation before we hit the bed. Second is in the morning we should have warm milk with nuts. Uh, Things like almonds. I think that's the most preferred nut. And fourth is at least one or two bananas during the day. So I think these will solve some of our problems. Anything more than that will require a doctor's intervention. So I think it was a pleasure talking to you today, Dr. Pooja, and thank you very much for coming over and discussing this very important subject, which is affecting, I think, 80% of the population today.
Thank you, CK. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
See you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today in Doctor Speak, we will talk about a very, very deadly disease called typhoid, and it gives a lot of fever, very high fever. Usually, when you contract typhoid, and many times people are not aware of simple things that you can do to provide solace to the patient and reduce the threat of typhoid. So, before we start our discussion today, a word on our giveaway. Akulmach works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmach Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today we want to discuss about typhoid, and let me introduce our guest. She's joining from Shimla. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So, without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Pooja to you.
Greetings, CK. I hope you're doing all fine. Thank you so much for the generous introduction.
Everything well, and I think our viewers and myself would like to know more about typhoid. And I think it's a very scary type of disease, and whenever there is a typhoid, people get scared. So I think you can clarify some of these doubts today.
Yes, CK. Absolutely. It is a scary disease if it is not catered timely, for sure. But if it is catered timely with the right uh, kind of treatment, it is not that scary as well. But typhoid, as we all know, it normally comes whenever the weather changes there from the uh, winters to summer patch. But it is not because of the weather change, it's because of the unhygienic habits that we tend to follow, and it leads to the typhoid fever itself. So, typhoid is basically a bacterial disorder or a disease which is caused by Salmonella typhi, which is one of the serotype of the Salmonella enterica bacteria. So, it has got different serotypes and they tend to affect the liver very, very dramatically. So, typhoid is one of the manifestation in which the Salmonella typhi, to be on a very, very understandable note, that it is a bacterial disease. It is caused by the Salmonella typhi, and it usually comes or is caused only because of one reason, that is the unhygiene that we tend to follow. So the typhoid can actually spread by the oral fecal route, that we are pretty much aware of, that in case there are some kind of already pre-existing bacteria of the salmonella which are present in the food, and if the unhygienic habits are followed, like for example not washing the hands before preparing the meals or the food, you can say, so it tends to travel from one individual to the another. And it can happen, CK, the individual who is actually a carrier can be a chronic carrier. So he or she might not be having the clear cut indicators for the typhoid, but they become a good mode of transmission for the other humans. So it is very important to follow the very, very clear cut hygienic guidelines, especially considering the COVID pandemic that is going on right now. So it is the fecal oral route that is the main one of the main reasons why it spreads. Contaminated water that we tend to drink from any of the sources, specifically Golgappas. During this particular season, summer, it is relished a lot. But please consider the COVID pandemic and the typhoid also. It tends to affect the gut system of the human dramatically. So it can lead to, if we come to the sign and symptoms, it leads to very high fever, but it's not that it happens abruptly. There's a slight fever that comes, and gradually it increases to a very high temperature. So normally the fever that we speak about in typhoid is the step ladder fever. Now, if we look at a ladder, there is a slight rises there, then it tends to stay there for some time, and then again the slight rises there. Same is there with the typhoid. Unlike the other fever that comes during this particular season. So this is a very clear cut indicator that it can be because of the typhoid. So there's a step ladder, slight gradual rise of the fever is noticed in the individual, along with other symptoms like headache, profuse diarrheal disorders can also come up along with it. And in some cases, it has been seen that the constipation tends to happen. But since the diarrhea is more remarked in such cases, so we say that the fever, diarrhea, colic in the abdomen, headache, if somebody tends to feel the weakness, lethargy, there are dramatic changes in the diet also, in the appetite level. So these are the clear cut indicators that the individual is having the typhoid fever. But uh, there are some cases, as you correctly mentioned, it can actually become a very, very severe disease in itself. So we have to be very clear about whenever the fever starts, and just observe it for 2 to 3 days. If it is accompanied by all the signs and symptoms I just shared with you, then it is a time when you should ideally be seeing the doctor. It's very important to see the doctor on time, to get the treatment on time, and follow the protocol, especially hygiene factors for sure, and the diet also, because one tends to undergo tremendous weight loss in typhoid as well. So it's very important, crucial to focus on the diet. So these are some of the signs and symptoms which can lead to severe, you can say later on, results if not catered properly, right on time with right kind of treatment. There's one more aspect, CK, I would like to add, that we all are aware that antibiotics is usually given to treat the typhoid. But there is one more thing that we should, in fact, couple of things we should be very precise about. First is the kind of the diet we are taking if somebody is diagnosed with typhoid. So the first part is I basically divide the food into two different categories. First is to maintain the hygiene, the kind of hygiene we tend to maintain for the kind of the food we cook at home. So, considering the pandemic that is going on, I personally suggest to soak your vegetables and fruit for 30 odd minutes in, you can say, filtered or RO water. And after that, you can, wash it. So, pre soaking of vegetables and fruits is very much required to take out all the bacteria, and you can say to extent of some other pathogens as well. And then you wash it, and then you can just cook it nicely. So, avoid as much raw food as you can. It is very important. It's difficult for the body also to digest, and it can definitely contain any amount of pathogens. So, do not neglect the hygiene factors that are to be followed. So this is the first thing about the food, and the second is the preparation part of the food and the kind of food we should be taking. So I highly recommend to go for the moong dal. I am just considering the Indian population and the kind of food we usually take every day. So moong dal is one of the best, you can say, source of instant energy for people having the typhoid. They can have mild chicken soups, and they need to have a high calorie diet. With high calorie diet, I don't mean to take on, chocolates or on all this stuff. Better replace them with honey. Go on a high carb diet as well. There has to be a minimal intake of the fat. As such, the liver tends to suffer in typhoid, so we can't overexert it with add-on of food products like that are rich in fat. So try to avoid fat, try to avoid chili, and if somebody is a tea or coffee drinker, I recommend them to, if they can just lower their intake, since it's a habit, we can't avoid it. So if they can lower the intake. So more of moong dal soup, more of veggies, more of fruits that are rich in fluids. Why this is a big question, because in typhoid we tend to lose the uh, you can say fluid level of the body. It has to be replenished with the high and a good and a very smart way of fluid intake or the hydration we tend to take. So sipping water every time will not help to compensate for the fluid that we tend to lose, or you can say a solution for the dehydration. The better thing is to take the lemonades, take the buttermilk or lassi, that it's very apt for the season. Curd one can have. Fruits that are rich in water content, like watermelon, it's a seasonal fruit. So these kind of replacement of the fluid, or you can say hydration components for the body, are much better than what we tend to take it otherwise. So I had a couple of days back, I had a case, CK, of the typhoid fever. So the person asked me, can I take the energy drinks? So, so this is what I'm highlighting this point. Please don't go for the synthetic form of the hydration. Go for the more organic or the season friendly hydration tips that I've just cited with you. Go for that. And hygiene, definitely. Please wash your hands as frequently as you can, specifically during this COVID and the typhoid season that is about to come. So wash hands, take bath every day, be on a very good light diet, which is less in fat, and avoid food from the market for sure. That is the first recommendation. Again, the COVID also. But considering the typhoid can actually turn out to be a very severe kind of disease, and it can end somebody's life very easily in just couple of weeks span. So it's very important to have uh, food from the home. There's one tip for people who tend to travel. Now, considering COVID, since not much of the traveling is there, but whenever the people are traveling, try to carry your own bottle of buttermilk, or you can say lemonade or water, or washed fruits that you have done at your home. So all these recommended things are uh, there from my end. So be very precise with the hygiene. That is one of the mantra for to cater for typhoid.
Well, I think, Doctor, you have explained the whole thing in a very nice way. I think you have emphasized the importance of hygiene, being hygienic, wash your hands, and regularly, make sure that you're eating the right kind of food and things like that. However, I have one question, which is. Usually, typhoid comes through what? Is it a waterborne disease? Is it an airborne disease, or is it because of the wrong food that we are having, or not hygienic food? What is the cause of the typhoid?
See, the cause of typhoid, CK, is very clear cut. First is having unhygienic food or stale food, or getting exposed to the kind of food we tend to take or tend to bring from the market, and we don't wash it properly. So fecal oral route, you can say, is one of the factors from where the transmission of the bacteria happens. If somebody, for example, is a restaurant owner, is already having a typhoid and can be a chronic carrier of the typhoid bacteria as well, so he or she might not be having any indicators. So, but if unhygienic protocols are being followed there, So hands are not washed properly and the veggies are not washed properly, it tends to happen that the transmission of the bacteria happens to the other individuals who are consuming that particular food. So it is a fecal oral route basically which happens, and the contamination can happen via food, it can happen by water, or you can say any kind of fluid intake. It is not airborne for sure, but the main thing is to follow the hygiene protocol. That is very important.
I think you have emphasized this point quite emphatically, that the hygiene of yourself and the right quality of food you have to take. And you also mentioned some tips like washing the vegetables and soaking them before you actually start, storing them in your refrigerator. So I have a question related to that, and that question is about you when you soak your fruits and vegetable, is it the plain water that you're supposed to soak, or you need to add some additive like salt or something like that, or plain water is sufficient to kill the bacteria?
May I answer the question? Acha. Uh, yes. So, CK, first is to pre-soak your veggies and fruit for 30 odd minutes. It can happen in the normal water as well as in the RO water. But considering the kind of water pollution level is there in your own city, for like in Shimla, the water is of very good quality, to be very frank, and in fact, it is applicable in all the hills area. So, just soaking the veggies in normal RO water will suffice the need. It will not kill the bacteria, but it can happen that if you wash it properly, it tends to take off the pathogens from that particular thing. But considering the metro where the water pollution and air pollution is on real high, so I'll not recommend, because that water source can be one of the reason for the transmission of the typhoid as well. So I'll recommend people have ROs at their home. If they don't have, just lukewarm the water a little bit. Soak your veggies and fruit for maybe 10 odd minutes if it is a lukewarm water, and then you can rinse it off nicely in the water and just store them.
Thank you for this very important tip, Dr. Pooja. And I think the last question that I have is about drinking a lot of pulses and soups. And you also mentioned a little bit non-vegetarian. If they can, if vegetarians are there, they can have a moong dal. And if non-vegetarians are there, they can have the light soups based on their choice. So why moong dal? Is there a logic behind only moong dal? Why not any other dal?
Yeah, that's a very good question, CK. That's a very good question, CK. Why I normally insist a lot on moong dal is, first is that it is a very economically viable option for all these starters. Secondly, it takes hardly any time to cook. Very very easy preparation is there of the same. It is very very high in protein content also. It's easily digestible. You don't feel bloated after having moong dal. If you compare it with the other dals in which the content is little high of the amino acids as well, so the individual tends to feel the bloatedness. But with the moong dal, the digestion is very easy. I think it is very taste friendly for the Indian tongue as well, and it tends to provide the instant energy also. And the preparation time is hardly anything. So even if somebody is living alone in a metro, they can do it by themselves rather than going for the synthetic options of the soup. It is very easy to make, a very good source of, you can say, essential elements and protein levels that we require, and it is very light, very very, it takes hardly any time to get digested in the body.
I think, friends, we don't have to get scared if we are diagnosed with typhoid, because as doctor said, we have to change our diet a little bit. We have to be very careful with our hygiene, and we have to shift to a diet which is easily digestible. So, Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for coming to our show and explaining this very beautifully, very nicely to people in very easy to understand steps about this deadly disease. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, CK. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And we will catch up next time again with some other medical tips in the next show of Doctor Speak. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to give my views on the cloud-based collaboration techniques and technologies which are available today. Uh, Now imagine a situation where you're running your own large organization with 50, 20 people, and then you're located in one particular city, and you're paying them XYZ kind of salaries for all these people. Now, there could be an instance where you have slightly lower cost, same kind of quality resource available in some other city, but you don't have an office there in that city. So, how do you engage with that much better employee who is not located in your home city but he is located in some other city? The cost of using a better service, better employee may be less, but you will not hire such a person because he is not located in your home city. So I think this is one of the critical requirement that is emerging now, especially when things are at a very high pace. You would like to not get bound by the cities and location, and you still want to basically run your organization. All you have to do is basically find a mechanism where you can communicate with your offshore employee. Now, this concept can also go into a business and a client relationship, where when a business guy from your organization has to meet the client, he has to go through the traffic, he has to waste a lot of time taking flights, going from point A to point B, and then eventually meeting a client for half an hour and then come back from that point. So there is a requirement where, in fact, if there is a mechanism available where using the cloud-based collaboration tool, if situation one, when you can hire a person who's not in your home location, where your office is located, you can actually find a person who's working from an offshore location, but then he should feel that he is working for your organization in a virtual manner. Secondly, when you want to basically meet your client in an offshore location, then you should not travel, you should not spend money and time in terms of meeting the client. Instead, use the collaboration to discuss face to face with the client, sorting him out, resolving his issues, and if all this is available in a very secure environment, then your organization can increase profitability because you will not be spending money in travel and other time wastage activities, and your employees can then, when they are dealing with customers, they can actually deal with more number of customers on daily basis. So keeping this in mind, we have launched one software for Indian market. uh, we have actually tied up with a company called BusyDesk. It's a very popular software from North America, and most of the users are in North America, but the product origin is in Israel. And now we want to launch this particular software specifically for requirement where there is a huge client interaction. So I think the companies which are in the wealth management space, who want to service their high net worth clients, the broker community, insurance, and so on and so forth. Even before they convert the client, they have to do a lot of discussions with the client. And if there is a new product that they want their client to invest, there has to be a lot of face-to-face discussion. So if your salesperson or the frontline wealth manager travel to meet the high net worth client, he can have one or two meetings in a day. but using the online cloud-based collaboration from BusyDesk, uh, he can probably have 10. So his time is better utilized. He can resolve more of the client issues face to face, and all the sessions are completely secure. During the conversation, if there is a form to be displayed and client needs any help from the wealth manager, so our tool basically allows step by step process where a wealth manager can help client to fill in the form, and the form is also available, and then he can sign off as well from a remote location. So all of this is completely available in a 99.97% uptime kind of a system, which is Six Sigma uptime, completely secure using 128-bit encryption, and this will save a lot of time of your people, your frontline people, as well as wealth management people, and they can actually can become more productive. They can handle more number of clients, so that they don't have to basically go out and meet somebody. They can just handle all the clients activity from their office. Now let's look at the experience on the client side. Client feel very comfortable because he can then choose his time to discuss with his wealth manager, and he can take the particular session on a mobile phone or on a laptop or on a tab, on variety of locations and variety of platforms, and the whole thing is completely secure and it's completely recorded, and it can be also saved as an archive. So this is something which very latest and something very new for India. And with this, I would like to end this video with a clear message that this is a very good tool, online collaboration specifically for financial services market. BusyDesk is the world leader in this space, and I would like to talk to as many wealth managers and insurance advisors, wealth creation professionals or companies to position this in order to save their productivity and thus increase profitability. Look forward to talking to you. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, who is a business development and channel leaders, and he's working for a security company based in San Francisco. Welcome to the show, Ramesh.
Hey, good evening, CK. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Yes, Ramesh. In fact, what I feel is that this lockdown situation that is affecting the globe has brought people together even before what we were. And look at you, both of us. We are talking after a decade.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. First of all, thank you for reaching out. It's been ages. I think it's been 15 years, more than a decade and a half. When we last we were colleagues, and we remained in touch. But I've been back here for quite a while, and it's nice to see you. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to talk to you.
Same here. You're looking as energetic and as jovial as ever, Ramesh. Please keep it up.
Well, that's very kind of you. It's still only 8:30, 8:45 in the morning over here. Give it a few more hours. I mean, after I, get through the day and, do a little bit of things on the weekend, maybe at that time, I don't know about the energy part. One has to maintain a sense of humor about a lot of things. So thanks for saying that. And you look very well, man. You don't look like any different than what I have seen you. It doesn't look like you've aged at all. I mean, I lost all my hair, but
Yeah, so I think I can share some secret. I do cycling to work about 60 kilometers every week. That's my routine. So I have made my routine, and even in this lockdown, I have a cycle at home, so I keep cycling. And from when we were together, I was working for you as part of your team member. From that point, I've lost about 17 kgs.
so we have something in common. Saturday mornings, I normally do a bike ride between about anywhere from 30 miles to about 50 miles. It's going to rain today, so can't bike. So I love biking, bike all the time. Um, So, that's my excuse for not biking. But there are other things that you do. I have a big park right behind my home where I live, and not too far from, we're about 40 miles south of San Francisco. But as you know, I live in, these days, the entire planet is kind of in a situation which we have never been confronted. And for some of us, working from home has been pretty business as usual. You remember, I used to have a home office, back when you and I were colleagues. I mean, and so for 20 plus years, I've had a home office, and work from home has been part of that regimen for me. So the work from home is not new. But what's new is that now the work from home is actually a shared work from home, right? I mean, so like everybody else, I have a family. My wife is also a healthcare professional who works for a large hospital locally, and as a researcher. And then my daughter is home. Her schooling is now all online. So there is always, now it's a shared work from home. So everybody's got their vantage points. We've got to share not just the living space, but also the bandwidth. I mean, and these days bandwidth has become kind of the most precious commodity for a lot of people. Everybody's on video calls, so obviously, it puts a lot of strain on the network. And then when you take breaks, and especially if you have a teenager, I mean, they do have their little social interactions with their friends, and plus Netflix is a big thing, right? So they consume that. So it's kind of brought a very new way of sort of the work-home, work-life balance, in terms of how people are taking their day-to-day activities. So that's the most interesting thing that is going on. I do not know if you're aware. I live in Santa Clara County, which is one of the largest counties in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we were the first ones to go into what is called a very restricted shelter in place directive, which means the schools were closed. I mean, all educational institutions, anything that is non-essential was pretty much closed. So none of the malls are open, etc. And so it's a very different. So we just completed our third week in shelter in place. And what we have seen is that the social distancing, and I'd say it's actually more of physical distancing. I think socially people are becoming far more active. Our own example, we have connected after 15 years. Well, we should have been connected before, but did we do that because the world is going through a shutdown, lockdown? It's called different things. It's all the same thing, right? I mean, we are all pretty much in a very restricted physical moment outside. But what it has done is it's restricted the physical distancing, which is a very good thing. Socially, I think people are coming more closer together virtually without being face to face. So that's what's really going on. And in Santa Clara, what has happened is that we had to do this first because we were the largest number of the virus incidents, number of reported cases, etc. That actually came out in the Bay Area was in Santa Clara. So we had to do this first. But the good news is because we shut the county down first, even ahead of the country, our curve, and I don't want to call it a trend, it's only 2-week data. So it will become a trend over time. But right now the sign is that we seem to be on a flatter curve relatively versus other parts of the country and even other parts of the world. I don't know, how has it been for you?
Uh, yes, so in India, it is a very strict lockdown. In fact, we have cops patrolling the streets. There are very heavy fines, and there is a new law which is imposed, which is a disaster. I mean, there is a new law which is now running, which is which is applicable during the disasters. So nobody is allowed to walk on the street, but things are coming to us. So life is not changed. Essentials services are running smoothly. Um, but I think I would like to ask you, because you have 3 decades of experience, and none of us have seen this kind of situation ever in life, at least our generation. My parents have seen the lockdown during the war, but I think none of us have seen it. Neither you would have seen this kind of a situation. What do you think from your point of view? Will this change the way we do business, or do you think that life will become normal after a few days?
I think it's a matter of perspective. So I was a little child when that last aggression in India happened. And as you know, I was raised in India, and when we had what was called blackouts, and if you talk to your parents, they will tell you we had to black tape. We had to put this black paper, like a cardboard paper, on our ventilators, in the homes. And in Delhi homes, we used to have a ventilator which was all the way on the top of the ceiling and all that. So the cars going with the half blackened headlamps actually started at that time. So we used to have a lockdown from 6 p.m. in the evening till 6 a.m. And there were trenches dug in every park. So if you talk to that generation, they will tell you. And I was a little child, so I do have memories of it. But like you said, the world hasn't seen anything like this before. See, there it was a very different thing, right? I mean, you had an identified physical aggression that was happening. Right now, what has happened is that there is a virus that is out there which is not discriminating based upon the color of a person, or the race of a person, or the culture of a person, or border, where this can just pretty much now permeate itself into the ecosystem that we broadly call the globe, right? So I think we are faced with a common enemy, which is the virus. I mean, and it has been a wake up call for the entire planet. And for a change, there are pluses and minuses. The good thing is that there seems to be at least a coalescence of ideas globally in terms of how do we beat this. There are countries that are sharing their data, it's out there, and how many people have been affected. Countries are shutting borders not because they don't want to trade with others, they just want to prevent the further proliferation of this virus. So I think it is causing a lot of anxiety for a lot of people, just because it's uncharted. These are really uncharted waters for a lot of people, for the majority of the globe, irrespective of how old or young you might be. And I think, to your question, is it going to change the way we do business? I think here's what's going to happen, right? I mean, we do not know for certainty when business as usual, or business as we knew it, or life as we knew it, is going to go back into that into that particular approach or that way of living, right? A lot of ways, if you look at it more from a sort of soul searching or spirituality perspective, you say, well, did the human beings do this to the planet by so much growth and such rapid, expectations, or trying to grow beyond a certain rate? And does it have to really be that? I mean, can we not um, sort of contain some of that, and so that we can be a far more cohesive global community? I mean, take an example, for instance. Prior to coronavirus, what were we hearing? We were hearing about bad incidents happening all around the world, whether it's got to do with a small minority element that goes and decides to either kill some people or whatever it is that they do. um, I think that type of heinous crime is completely, we don't hear it. I mean, can you even tell me where, on which channel, that you can go and hear something like that, right? So I'm not saying that this is the antidote to killing things like terrorism and all that, but my point is that I think I get the message. If I were sitting in other parts, I would say we can actually work with each other despite the differences that we have, so that we can bring down the incidence of any kind of border aggressions and what you have, but just sort of simply working with each other. I mean, so that's maybe the positive that has come out. Now, will it change the way we work in the future? I think this will definitely have an impact on how we go about doing our daily business. uh, you know so, and I think from a family structure perspective, I think a lot of families have started enjoying this time together. I mean, they are carving out family time versus work time, etc. So maybe this is, in a way, more social integration within a family, a nuclear family. It's also more social integration, keeping in touch with friends with whom you might have never spoken for 10 years or 15 years or whatever. That, on the social side, that would change. What do you think?
So, in my opinion, I feel that this is going to continue for some more time, because the virus is not going to vanish so soon. And but my more pertinent question is that if the virus is not going away, then we will always suspect the other person. We can always say, because of the social distancing, but we can get into virtual closeness, because we can't talk to the other person or meet the other person. So there could be some opportunities or new way of doing business or new application opportunities for uh, various organizations and stuff like that. That is what I feel.
Well, so two things, right? I mean, for a large portion of at least the technologies and the industries that I have been and you have been, um, we conduct a lot of business. Like, for instance, my job is global. And I don't travel all the time to go meet somebody who's sitting in, say, Asia Pac or Africa or Middle East or Latin America. A lot of times it is through a video call or a phone call. I mean, the thing that has changed is there are more video calls now than there were before, only because there is that closeness. You see, the visual impact of a conversation is actually far more valuable than just a pure, voice that is at an end of a wire or wireless or whatever you want to call it, right? So I think a large portion of the technology world, at least, and a large portion of that large global business has been conducting itself virtually for a long time. We've just not been so aware of it. Now that the situation is forced on us, we think, oh my God, I mean, like, what is this? We have to do business this way. Actually, it's not that. It's just more that we are using the virtual technology real time to conduct business, right? I mean, we've always done that. We just never mentally thought about it, right? This is making us think about it.
Right.
The other thing I'll say is I'm a glass half full guy. So you have to hold hope. So this is not going to be a permanent situation. We all know that. There are vaccines being developed, which will not be available this year, but will definitely be available next year. So if you think that people are going to avoid each other because I don't know that you have the virus or not, you got to think about it. The world overcame smallpox. Okay, how did the world do that, right? How did we do that? By through a vaccine, right? I mean, so when there can be mandates, like India has done a great job, I think, in terms of locking down the entire country, and there is a discipline around it, right? And would you imagine that 1 billion+ people can actually do that? Well, you are living it, so you know it. It's different, yes, in the rural area. I understand that there is a challenge with the migrant workers and all that, but despite that, there is law enforcement that is actually helping people without sort of going after somebody, right? And adhering to the rules. So I do believe that people will not be that hesitant to shake hands. As you develop a vaccine over time, it may take us time. I'm not saying this is going to happen in like June and July or end of this year. I'm saying that there is a long-term view that we have to take a look, right? Where people will get far more comfortable with each other in terms of the physical interaction along with the social interaction. I don't think that'll be so much of a challenge, but it will take time to get there. Yeah, will there be hesitation for parents of young kids to send their kids back to a daycare? Yeah, you can understand why. We are all parents. You know, the research thus far shows that this is only targeting a certain age group. I don't think so. I don't think a virus really cares. I mean, maybe the child has a greater immunity to it, and that's a different matter. So, it can be debated. There are a lot of science. There are a lot of scientists and doctors who will tell you, no, children are not, they have immunity, but they cannot be immune to everything, right? So, I think there will be a slow kind of trajectory in which that will start happening. I don't think it'll be that bad though. I don't think people will avoid each other and things like that over time. But we don't know. The challenge is how do you predict when that will happen?
So let's hope that this gets over soon. In the meanwhile, if there are new opportunities, there are entrepreneurs who are who are thinking of doing new innovations. They are most welcome to do innovations to help public by and large. But more important, I would like to say that it was such a great pleasure talking to you, Ramesh, and hearing your voice after a decade, or maybe more than a decade. And really appreciate your advices and your insight on this issue. So
Oh,
thank you so much.
no, my pleasure too. Thanks for reaching out. And I agree with you. It's going to create a lot of innovation for a lot of people. Out of necessity, out of crisis comes, ideas. And they always say necessity is the mother of invention, right? So I'm sure there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are going to come up with some amazing technologies and ways of doing business, even non-technical, etc. And I'm very positive that will happen. I appreciate you reaching out. It's good to hear you, see you, and chat with you. And I look forward to more interactions in future.
Certainly,
Thank you.
because certainly, Ramesh, I think we have lockdown few more days left. Today is day 12. There are a few more days left. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you to check out how things are, because your county has done already tremendous job to contain the virus. But we'll check on you after a week or so. Again,
Sure, we are locked down till May 3rd at least, if not longer. So we have a long way to go.
I will always catch you here.
Take care.
Take care and be
Stay
safe,
safe.
be positive.
Yeah. Same here. Stay safe and be well. You too.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and we are very honored and pleased to have a very distinguished guest on our show today. Her name is Aparna Ranadive. She is the woman entrepreneur of today. She is actually wearing three hats at the moment. She is CEO of a company called Practical Magic and Advisory Services. She is also co-founder and CEO of the Gateway to India, and she is also executive director of Global Chambers of Commerce Mumbai edition. So I wonder how she is wearing so many hats at the same time, and how she shuffled between changing over one hat to the other. But I think we will know her journey of leadership. So without further ado, let me present Aparna to you.
Hi, CK. Good afternoon, and thank you for welcoming me to the show.
It is a pleasure, Aparna. I think your role and profile is really amazing, and I think there is a lot of learning hearing from you. So, what is your life lesson that you would like to share with the viewers and with me today?
Well, I think, like I was telling you some time back, I call myself Destiny's child, and right from a young age, fate and destiny has sort of guided me. But nonetheless, I guess if you don't take learnings from whatever that we've experienced, that experience itself is futile. So, from that perspective, I'd like to share the very first organization that I worked with and the experience that I sort of had from there. I started there straight out of college. I was a microbiologist by vocation and had absolutely no knowledge of the commercial world. And it just so happened that I managed to join this place as a management trainee. I should not name the organization, but nonetheless, it was one of the largest organizations back then, and even today. As a management trainee, one was expected to go through the entire, functioning of the organization. There was a 1 year training period that you had to go through each and every function. And there came a time. I handled every possible function that was there. So right from the commercial, the non-commercial, the external customer facing, and the internal customer facing as well. There came a time in the life cycle of the organization where it had to go through a tough phase, and the regulators had come down cracking on it. And by then, my entire team. So I was the youngest in the team, of course, all of 1920. And my boss and I, we were the only ones remaining in the team. The rest of them had all sort of either resigned or had been laid off, or something or the other had happened. And there was, so while my boss was handling all the strategic aspects of the regulatory shutdown, or the regulatory aspect that had come through, I had to manage people, I had to manage the operational aspect, and that's where the real core HR work really began. And the point I'm trying to drive home is that, if we treat every experience as a learning experience, there's so much to take back home. And we cannot really typecast ourselves to say that, oh, I'm an HR professional, so I will only be doing HR, or there is something else that I'm doing. So only sort of,
sort of put yourself in that kind of a bracket and do that alone. So during this journey, there came a point where I had to lay off about 800 odd people between Bombay and another place, 2 units in Bombay and another place outside of Bombay. And there were all these people who were in the age groups of 45 upwards, 47, 50, all upwards, knowing fully well that there is a high possibility that these people may not get a job again, because they were not all that qualified. And considering that there were just two of us manning the entire fort, I was literally put in front of them to manage their wrath and to kind of take care of what was happening with them, to convince them if possible, and if not possible, then to ask them to take that kind of initiative that the company had offered them. But there came a point where they all felt that I was also a management stooge, because I was running between that company and the parent company, trying to work the best deal for them, and in terms of numbers. So from a learning perspective, I think it would have been one of the best learnings possible for handling of crisis, to maintaining your mental agility, to maintaining your emotional balance, um, to being able to be diplomatically suave and smart, so that you maintain the secrecy of what was happening back in the management team, and at the same time ensuring that the message does not get diluted and the work gets done the way it is supposed to get done. So I think from that perspective, for a 19-20-year-old, there could not have been a better learning than that. And I sort of treasure that, because while doing all of this, I was also dealing with the topmost management of the parent company. So they were all bigwigs who had spent 25, 30 years in the organizations, very well known in the industry, and names to reckon with. And they were sitting across the table with me saying, Aparna, you need to do this MIS like this. You need to be, looking at these numbers. So I treated that experience as a learning experience from the word go, because it was not very easy. You had to keep your feet on the ground, on your head, on your shoulders, showing fully well that you were in control of the situation as well. Because otherwise, they could have easily, taken me off and put somebody else who was smarter there, and ensured that the job got done. But I needed to be there. I had taken that responsibility on my head. So it was all today when I look back, I think that was one of the sort of grounding lessons that I had in life, my very first job in my career. And that came in very handy when I was doing as I was growing through my career in life, and handling many more stressful situations as well. So yeah, I think brilliant learning.
Well, Aparnaji, I think this is a great story that you have told us from just one of the leaf from your illustrious career. And I know when you speak like this, I know I can relate to myself also, and many people like me who would have gone through this such a experience. Seniors sometimes throw you in cauldron and ask you to fix the issues, and then you have to think on your own, find solution, and find a balance. Um, and right now you are basically a very well accomplished professional, but obviously you did not become what you are today overnight. You have gone through the grind, and this is one of the story of a grind which you are sharing with our viewers. So what is
Right.
the major learning you think you got at such a early young age and early part of your career?
So I think first and foremost, like I was saying, that the presence of mind, your emotional and mental balance. Because you should also remember that so I'm a very as an individual, as a personality, I am a fairly sensitive person, and I tend to episodes in life, they kind of remain, they make an impact on my mind and my heart. And sometimes I do take decisions based on certain emotions that play in. So my father had been he had faced with a similar situation when I was still in college, or rather I had just about started working. And the moment I was, sort of signing off letters or having these conversations with these 800 people, every time my father's face came in front of me, that I don't know what he must have gone through, looking and thinking about two young daughters who were there, and a relatively sick wife to take care of, and to have gone through an episode like this in life. I think it's not just socially. Back then, it was nothing to do with your social image. It was more about sustenance. It was more about, So I had to keep all of that aside while that was still playing on my mind. I had to keep that aside, and I had to think about these people there. And think like a professional, make sure that what the parent company was giving them was much more than fair, because like I said, they would not have possibly got jobs after that, or some of them did get jobs. Making sure that they got recommendation letters right, they making sure that everything that was being promised to them was delivered to the last T. And to top it all, imagine the kind of emotional stress that one goes through, that a building, an organization that has given you your first 3 4 years, you've given your first 3 4 years and your learnings, you have to actually walk out of that door, and you're the one who's putting the lock on that door. I think in terms of emotional duress as well as emotional strength and mental strength, I don't think there would have been an episode stronger than that, or more fierce than that, to have taught you that what needs to be done in life needs to be done. What professionally you have to do. Everything else is secondary. At that point in time, your karma is what you're supposed to be dealing with, and doing it. Later on, of course, I went through my own piece of emotional turmoil and all of that, but at that point in time, I could not have possibly shown it to anybody, neither the people on the floor. And at 19 20 to do that, I think was in itself a huge thing. So from that perspective, I think the learning that one gets is definitely resilience, definitely endurance, definitely presence of mind, and your mental and emotional agility and strength.
So, Aparnaji, when you are working for the US companies, and I used to meet a lot of these people who are specialized in firing people. They're always in the flight, and they are going from city to city firing people. There are specialized people who are doing that. And in the States, we don't get to do it ourselves. If we have
Correct.
to fire our team, we don't get to do it ourselves. We have a specialized person who will come and fire that person, whoever that person
Right.
he that person can be CEO, or it could be anybody. But
Correct.
in India, we are we have to do everything. We have to wear many hats at the same time. uh,
Yeah.
did this episode very early, did it change your attitude towards ethics, world culture? Did it help you in shaping, or made you little hard towards professionalism and other people? What was the impact on you?
I must say it did have a lasting impact, for the simple reason that, one is, it definitely hardened me to that extent. But having said that, I still remained pretty sensitive about the fact that you are dealing with a person, and I think as an HR professional, this does become an integral part of your job, because at every point in time, you are called on to either be the announcer of bad news, or the executioner in so many ways, whether it is and you have to, whether you like it or you don't, sometimes these tough decisions are what you need to take for the better good of the company, your team, or the business, and what have you. So I think this episode in itself had a lasting impact. I did realize that this is going to be a part of my role if I do decide to take on HR further ahead, and be an HR professional. And unfortunately or fortunately for me, this did keep repeating time and again, through various businesses and through various points in time. But having said that, despite having swung the axe on many an occasion, I must say that the people who did get affected as well, they still write back to me, or they still connect with me and say, we still talk about the happy notes, we still talk about the good things that we did together. Those were decisions that both parties understand was required by the business at that point in time, and there's no animosity as such personally. But I think that also goes to show that there was a sensitivity involved, and I did maintain that sensitivity there, and I did not sort of come across as a cutthroat, mercenary or a cutthroat professional who's only out there to fire people. There were certain times that we did take those opportunities to outplace certain people, to give them my own personal contacts and make sure that they did get opportunities elsewhere as well. So I think it did teach you quite a bit even further on. And yeah, so that's how it went.
So literally it prepared you for life. So I'm sure since you have so many activities right now going in your professional career, uh, I think you are very cool with asking people to leave, probably if they are not adding any value. I'm sure you can do that now.
Well, I hate doing it, but yes, I make no bones in. I make sure that I give opportunities enough for people to mend their ways. But if there is, when you see that despite opportunity, despite guidance, despite that uh, coaxing, despite all the kind of cajoling that you can do, if the other person is not willing to pull up their socks, is not willing to deliver as per a requirement, then unfortunately that's the last resort left, and you have to do it. And if you have to do it, you have to do it. So there's no other way to looking at it. And I can't say it's easy. Even now, it is very difficult. Even if it means firing, asking the maid at home to go back and not come from the next day onwards. I think I find it extremely difficult doing it, because then I keep thinking, should I have been more patient? Should I have, been a little more tolerant, or should I just have what I did was right? It plays on my mind for quite a long time. But at the same time, I know what ultimately I have done is the right thing and the best thing to have been done in that point in time. So yes.
Well, I think there is a lot of learning for the viewers, and personally for me, I think hearing this incident, and you mentioned very powerful words that you are in touch with those people who you had to lay off very early in your career. Obviously, when people are in their 30s and 50s and 40s, they know exactly it is not you who are, you're also one of the employee, and you're just carrying out the objectives of the organization. So I think that is why the animosity is not there, and you are in connections with them, and you carried out your responsibility as a professional. So I think the learning for us, all of us, is that you got to do what you got to do. You don't want to shun away your responsibility which has been given to you. And as Aparna ji said today, karma. So it's also the Krishna said that you do your karma, and you don't think about anything else. So it was pleasure talking to you today, Aparna ji, and catch up with something more interesting very soon in the next episode.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much for making this discussion as interesting as well.
Hello friends, this is Akulmach live, and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss about the emerging opportunities for doctors, nurses and other medical staff between India and UK. Both the countries are now signing up bilateral agreements. They are also relaxing some of these visa regulations for certain age group and professional people, so that they can freely move around between two countries. And because of that, there are opportunities emerging, especially in the healthcare sector. And today I will be joined by a very senior person from UK. He was the ex director of NHS, and he is going to talk about the opportunities for doctors and nurses. Before we start our discussion, I want to tell you that there is a giveaway. So please stick around to this outstanding show, because in the end, we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. He is joining us from London. He's very senior, Dr. Umesh Prabhu. He's ex-director of NHS. That post he held for 15 years. So, very senior person joining us on our show, and we will discussing about what are the opportunities for doctors in UK. So, without further ado, let me present Dr. Prabhu to you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you again. It's a great honor to be with you. You do a fantastic job. And today we are going to discuss about opportunity for doctors in United Kingdom. I think India must be extremely proud. It's Indian teaching and Indian values which made me successful in United Kingdom. So I came to UK nearly 30, 40 years ago, and I had an amazing career. And in UK, there are 165,000 doctors. Out of those, nearly 25,000 doctors qualified in India. And they are second generation, further generation. So altogether, in UK today, 1 in 5 doctors have got Indian heritage or Indian blood. So we Indians must be extremely proud. And many of them have achieved a lot. And Indian doctors are all over the world. There are approximately 1 million Indian doctors outside India. And India produces amazing doctors, and our culture, our values is what makes us successful. So I would like to welcome any doctors who want to come to UK. Today I will be discussing opportunity for doctors in United Kingdom.
That is great, Dr. Ramesh, and you put it very nicely when you say that the Indian values has given good training and that has helped you succeed in your own career, and you lead by example. So I think you are the best person to guide our doctors who want to establish themselves or try a new career in UK. I think something you can tell them how to do that. It will be really helpful.
Sure. I'll definitely tell you. Number one is, I think India has got nearly 400 and all medical colleges, and India has got all the specialty. In last 30 years, India has expanded like anything, and AIMS has been opened in many places. And it is Indian teaching, because we, Saraswati Mata, that is what this thing is. And we teach very well, and teaching is a hobby. My father was a teacher, my uncle was a teacher. So teaching is what we like. And now youngsters want to get further training. So I always say to Indian doctors, as far as possible, you stay in India, serve India. But come to UK, get further training, and we are here to guide you. We are here to help you. And NHS is a great institution, and there are fantastic, people in NHS, and you will have a great, way of working. Fundamental difference in the NHS and India is, in India, doctors tend to be more respected, more valued. In UK, you've got a team working. Patient care is all about team working. Nurses matter. Junior doctors matter. Your team matters. So in UK, that is what you learn. And you learn to value patient, respect patient, and to treat patient as a human being. So the opportunity for Indian doctors is, you do MBBS, you do your diploma, or you do your post-graduation, DNB or MS, and then if you want to try, please come to UK and I'll be able to guide you. You need, number one is GMC registration, which is a must. And there is 4 ways of getting GMC registration. You do your Part 1 and Part 2, pass the exam, you get GMC registration. Number 2, there is medical training initiative run by the college, and Royal College Psychiatrist does a fantastic job, and you can apply. But for that, you need post-graduation from India. You have to do either MD or DNB in India, or you have to pass membership exam of the college. Number 3, the scheme in which we recruit. It is known as Earn, Learn, Return scheme, run by the Edge Hill University, as well as Wrightington, Wigan and Lee Foundation Trust. and we can offer you job for 3 years. You need not take any lab exam under that, and you have to pass English exam. We conduct interview either in India or through Zoom. But for that, you have to have MS, or you have to have MD, or you have to have a DNB. And all you have to do, pass English exam once you are selected. And we offer the job for you, and we also look after you very well, and we offer you training. And that is the scheme under which you can recruit. And many doctors have come. Let me give brief statistics. There are approximately 200,000 doctors registered with the GMC. Out of those, around 50,000 are consultants, 50,000 are general practitioners, and the rest of them are junior doctors, and there are many other posts. So there are fantastic opportunity in UK. You want to settle in UK, you may have an opportunity. Or many people, many doctors go to Saudi Arabia, Middle East, or some have gone to United Kingdom, some have gone to Africa, some have gone to Australia, and some return to India. That is your choice. What we will do is we will guide you, we will help you. My dream is to make everyone who comes from India or anywhere to be a successful doctor and to be a great doctor so that we can offer fantastic care to our patients. For me, being a doctor is simply serving the humanity.
Well, Dr. Prabhu, I think there are some new changes are also happening bilaterally between UK and India, where they are mulling about changing the immigration laws, and from 18 to 30 age group people from both sides, from both countries, will be able to freely travel with on work permits without any visa regulations, without very strict visa regulation, which has been the case now. So when you are saying that there are opportunities for doctors in UK, especially for the Indian doctors, which is clearly an opportunity, but there could be an opportunity for the medical professionals from UK to travel to India, because this visa will be deregularized up to the age of 30. So if you're youngsters trying to build your career, I think both countries are now teaming up together, opening their borders across the border, across the ocean. I think there is a great opportunity for both people, UK as well as India.
I think that's a very interesting point, and it's a very important point. As we come out of Europe with Brexit, India is going to take a huge role because we have got a lot of things common. I've always said relation between Britain and India is like husband and wife, love-hate relationship. And I think now with Brexit, there is a fantastic opportunity. And I think you're absolutely right. Many doctors from the UK may want to go to India because one of the advantage of India is volume. Here, we do very few surgery. In India, you do a lot of surgeries because of the population. If you look at Devi Shetty, they do 500 cataract operation a day, and they do 700 cardiac operation a month, and they do 35 major cardiac surgery in children every day. So that is fantastic opportunity for UK doctors to go to India and learn from India and all new. Because at the end of the day, to be a good surgeon, you need more operation. And more operation you do, more confident you become. And secondly, the Indian way of teaching, because we learned it, we learned medicine in English, and English is the common language. Many Europeans learn medicine in their own language. And that is the fundamental advantage India has and UK has. And this gives fantastic opportunity for doctors from UK to go to India and Indian doctors to come to UK. And we can learn from each other and grow together. That is my dream.
Dr. Prabhu, can you also tell us what are the opportunities for other supporting staff like nurses and other supporting staff like technicians? Is there a possibility for these people to travel to UK?
Absolutely, there's fantastic opportunity for nurses. UK has got nearly 45,000 shortage of nurses. And there is a very good organization known as British Indian Nursing Association, started by BAPIO, British Indian Physicians Association. And they support each other, they help each other, they guide each other. I can introduce you to these two organizations and they will help you. But that is regulation is very strict for nurses. You have to pass OSCE exam, you have to pass English exam, and all those things we can guide you. And BINA is the best position because there are some fantastic Indian nurses in that organization. They have regular conferences, they have regular events, they support each other. And that's exactly what we are doing through BAPIO, through BINA. We can help you, we can guide you, we can support you.
Excellent. So what are the other opportunities in the area of medical staff is definitely an opportunity, but is there any other opportunity for equipments and medical equipments, any R&D which is required from both sides? Is there an opportunity there as well?
Absolutely. There are approximately 1.5 million Indians live in United Kingdom, and many of them are doctors, but many of them are engineers. Now we are getting Tata Consultancy, Infosys, everybody has got branch here. And secondly, you are absolutely right. Medicine. India makes medicine for a very cheap rate compared to United States or United Kingdom. And there is opportunity for that pharma also. There is opportunity for technicians. There is opportunity for medical equipment. So there are fantastic opportunity. In fact, a delegation came 2 years ago to Karnataka from Manchester. So we have got really fantastic opportunity. And I think this with Brexit, we have got real opportunity for both the countries to exchange and learn from each other, help each other. Research is very important. India has got a lot of material and UK spends a lot of money on research, and we can have research collaboration and many other collaboration opens up as we come out of Brexit. And I'm really excited, and future looks very good. The COVID has really dented to some extent because our Prime Minister was supposed to visit India. He had to cancel it because he was supposed to spend nearly 7 days, but he had to cancel it. And hopefully it will start again once the COVID is controlled. At present, India has got huge COVID challenge. Hope India will recover very soon. And I'm sure that time we got fantastic opportunity for both the countries.
Absolutely, Dr. Ramesh. I think you actually gave a lot of information today, and viewers who are doctors or medical staff, and if they want to leverage the presence of Dr. Umesh Prabhu and also start their career with NHS, I think they can reach out to him or reach out to me, and I will make that connection happen. So both ways, I will. We are here to help you and make sure that you don't have any trouble in shifting your base from India to UK, or anybody willing to come to India. I think that is also can be made possible. So Dr. Ramesh, thank you so much for finding time and talking to us today morning. Hope everything is fine at your end.
Thank you very much. Everything is fine. It has been a great pleasure once again to talk to you. You do a fantastic job. It's the best way to reach out for everybody. And youngsters, future is for youngsters. I've always said future belongs to youngsters. And India has got a lot of youth with a lot of vibrant energy. And I think throughout the world, Indians are doing extremely well. If you look at all American big companies, there are many Indians who are now chief executives, and I think we must be very proud. It's to do Indian teaching, Indian values. That is why I'm proud of Incredible India, and I'm always here to guide anybody. And I can introduce you to these various organizations: British Indian Nurses Association, British Indian Doctors Association. There are many other associations which can look after you, which can guide you.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh, and we will catch up in our next episode next week. Until then, please stay home, please stay safe, and we will catch up again.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure again to talk to you. Well done.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Tobras. Today we have a very distinguished guest on our show. Her name is Leslie Rubin. She is very well known in the startup, in the CXO fraternity, and she joins us from San Francisco today. Welcome to the show, Leslie.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for having me on here. I'm pleased to be here.
Yeah, it is our pleasure, and I think it's a few years that we have spoken. But I think, look, what the lockdown has done, and we are talking to each other after a few years.
I love it. I love being able to reconnect with people during this time. Great opportunity to do so.
Right. So we are on day 14 today, and India is under total lockdown. And as you know, India is a big population, so there are uh, some issues going on with the control and supply chain, etc. How does
Yeah.
that look like in San Francisco?
Sure. So we're in day, I don't know by day, but this is our third week in the shelter in place in California. People are pretty good as far as adhering to it. I think most of us are trying to get outside and exercise when we can, maintaining our physical and social distance as required. It's been difficult, but I will say from a business perspective, it's really been a great opportunity, and happy to share more on that.
This is perfect. I think the more important aspect in order to control the pandemic is to follow the law, follow the process. Tell me, Leslie, you have been in the industry for almost 2 decades. You had vast experience working with very large corporations and also with some of the very popular names in the industry. Do you see any downturn in the business sentiments?
Well, I would say more than anything, CK, that businesses are trying to adjust day to day. So I am following the stock market. I do listen to a couple of different market watch podcast or listen to podcasts, as well as watch some live videos that are coming through on LinkedIn. I would say that the companies that I've worked really closely with, SAP, Cisco, Oracle, are all trying to shift and do business in this new business climate. I'm not going with a new business, this is new normal, because this is the new right now. Our business climate is going through a universal shift. Our planet is going through a universal shift. So we're all trying to adjust to what it's like day to day. We've all got strategic visions within the corporations, within our own businesses, and we're trying to keep that as a North Star, but we're needing to adjust to what that might look like day to day. The better part of it, and the guidance that I think I'm sticking to and that I'm seeing most of my clients adhere to, is really checking in with their clients, checking in with people on their teams, and really trying to maintain that connection while still trying to do sales and adhere to what the investors are looking for. But I think the market right now is giving a little bit of leeway to those companies that are pretty high profile, because they see them as bellwether and being able to set the pace for what this might look like when we come out of it. So people are really just, what are we doing day to day, but still trying to maintain that North Star and their vision and strategy. So continuing to look forward as much as they can.
So this lockdown has given a new opportunity for your business in particular, I guess?
It has. And I would say that I authored a book a couple of years ago let me grab that. I authored a book called Meaning, and this was a book written focused on how leaders communicate during opportunity and crisis. So we interviewed 10 to 12 different really amazing executives and leaders, and they were able to share what it was like for them on introducing new things into their business, letting people know that, yeah, we're in a situation right now, but how to maintain focus. And it was a pleasure to do it, but it was my business as a whole, as far as strategic and executive communications, has been busy because people are trying to figure out, how do we maintain our message? How do we put out a different message? How do we keep our teams calm and focused?
Great. I think this situation that the world is dealing with right now will open up the new avenues. It will open up the new ways of doing things. I think you are doing a great job. Your company is
Thank you.
leading from the front.
Yeah, I hope so. I do think this is a new opportunity for everyone. Some of the core things that I'm giving to my clients as well as to people that I'm mentoring, excuse me, are being able to be comfortable with ambiguity. We don't have all the information right now. Every day is different and day to day. We just have to deal with what we have. The second point is people will really remember what we're like as leaders in this time. So if we're maintaining our calm, if we're maintaining our focus, people will remember that. And then third, this is an opportunity for all of us to look at this as maybe a growth phase and developmental phase. So what are we doing differently? Having some fun in this? Are we taking a different type of an online class, a master's class on learning to cook? Are we doing something different to enhance our brand? Are we taking a brand, personal brand building class? So really looking at this as a different opportunity and knowing that we will come out of it. We will be different as people. We'll be different as a world.
I think I get a very profound message of what you're talking. I think it's a time for all of us to look back and recollect ourselves and see where we are going, re-strategize ourselves, re-strategize our team. I think your message is very profound. Now, having said this, I have one more question.
Sure.
The question is regarding the non-virtual world. Some of the business can transition to the virtual platforms, but then there are many businesses like manufacturing, farming, and likes of those which cannot become virtual. So, do you see or you have an opinion on what the governments of various countries should do after this pandemic is in control to revive the business sentiments?
Well, I can't speak for what the governments might do, but I do have clients that I speak to. I'll use a company like John Deere. There are clients like Genentech, there are others like Bayer, and currently they are essential businesses. So they're going to be the examples of what companies should do coming out of this. So the examples might be fewer people are going into the workplace right now, but they're still keeping the processes rolling because they have to, and we rely on those businesses. I talked a little bit earlier about opportunity. Companies may need to shift their business strategy. Look at a company like Gap or Banana Republic or other designers. They're needing to look at how they can supply for the medical industry when there's shortages of masks. So I kind of shift that question back to there are companies that will maintain what they're doing now, and they'll have to change some of the processes to continue to be successful, continue to have people come into the office and work. And then there are other companies who will need to look at what is our business approach? How can we be significant in this current climate? And maybe supply things differently. Instead of making denim jeans, I may be able to have to make surgical clothing or surgical masks. So there's the companies that are keep on moving and doing their thing because they're essential businesses, and then there are those that will have to shift their business strategy to help now and potentially into the future to maintain relevance.
I think your words of wisdom are very important. And I think there are a lot of people who are trying to do this, what you're saying. And in fact, your company, which is called Image Matters, is also working with some of these leaders and some of these large organizations to steer in the right direction. But then I see every day there are a lot of other people who are finding it tough to adjust. And I think there will be a huge learning curve for them. So I personally believe that your company and yourself as a leader can bring a lot of difference.
Thank you on that. I really appreciate the recognition. And my company, Image Matters Advisors, we do work with C-level executives as well as companies to help them with their strategic communication platforms. And right now is the best time to readjust or to develop new messaging and helping those people that are having difficulty with the work from home or the shelter in place. And it is difficult for people who aren't used to being separate from their office and not just walking down the hall and having that water cooler conversation. So every company is needing to readjust how they're effectively talking to their employees, be it video, be it virtual cocktail sessions or virtual check-ins and parties. I know a couple of different companies that are doing weekly themed parties. So having some fun with this, as well as business is not as usual right now, and really recognizing that and checking in with your employees is truly important. Maintaining that connection in a different way.
Leslie, it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, even though it was few years of gap, because I think we were doing different things in different part of the world. But I really feel happy to reconnect with you, and I wish you all the best. Have success in life, work, recreate the history as you're doing it already, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you.
We will. CK, thank you so much for having me on, and all the best to you, and be safe and healthy, and I know we'll connect again. It's like we hadn't spoken in years but picked up where we left off, so I appreciate that. And thank you to all the people who are listening to this, and please feel free to connect with me via my website. Information at Image Matters Advisors is an email address you can use, Matters, M-A-T-T-E-R-Z. So I welcome the questions and inquiries. So thank you again, CK.
Thank you, Leslie. Bye-bye for today.
All the best. All the best to you. Thank you.
Who let the dog out? Who let the dog out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. How are you?
Yeah, we are enjoying the first day of total lockdown in India, but I'm at work. As you
Good.
can,
Pleased to hear it, even though casual.
of course, because we are working from home.
Now there you go. Because lockdown does mean working from home. And guess what? I'm in my study, so I'm working from home too. And that's the whole point. Okay, so let's get people into the right frame of mind to continue to work, because an SME owner, an entrepreneur, needs to keep their business running. And what that means is, although we're in this physical distancing, this isn't social distancing, because you and I are being very social, but we're physically distanced away. And a lot of listeners and watchers on here are going to be physically distanced from their business and physically distanced from the people that they work with in their business. But that doesn't mean you keep the distance. You must have a routine and get on with it. So today, day one, is all about creating that routine. The good news is you and I woke up as normal. We got ready for work as normal, and we're in work as normal. But how many of the listeners have actually done that today? How many are physically in their little office at home with the kids running around, and maybe your parents live with you as well, shouting and screaming and the dog barking? How many of you have physically got yourself in that mindset to work? You have.
Well, as far as I can see from my window, there are people who think it's a holiday, and there are few guys who are panicking. They're trying to get or basically flock around the provision stores. So all kind of people, there are. I think it'll take 1 or 2 days for this feeling to sink in, and then people start realizing they have to work, and hence they will come back to their small home offices like you and me, start working.
Well, the point is, get ahead of the game. This isn't a holiday. This isn't, we haven't suddenly jetted off to sunnier climes. And the other thing is, in India, it's the first of 21 days. This is 3 weeks, and the point is, let's make it the best 3 weeks for your business ever. And the best thing we can say is get into a routine immediately. If you wake up in the morning and you get dressed and you do, your physical things, have a shower, get yourself clean, etc., do it. Do it every single day. Don't say, "Oh, I'm going to have a lie-in this morning." Don't even start. The government have given you the time off. You haven't given yourself the time off. The weekend's coming. That's time off. But today's Wednesday. So let's use this as a driving opportunity to get your business in the shape that other people are not going to be, because they're going to take it as a holiday. So let's be smart. Get yourself ready for work. Create the routine that you normally do. And the only thing about from that routine that you're not going to do is physically open that front door and get in the car and go to work. But go through the motions, mentally go through those motions. And the most important thing is here, now take the opportunity to create a workspace at home that's just yours.
The problem,
away from everybody else.
Neville, the problem is we are all so much used to getting stuck for 1 hour or 1.5 hours in traffic. So I recommend get a car game downloaded on your PC, and if you're bored of sitting in office, start driving a car.
There you go. So we can do lots of things and make it fun. But the thing is, we need to create that routine. I can't stress it enough. This isn't a prescription. We shouldn't be thinking other people are going to give me loads and loads and loads of advice. The simple advice is do what you did yesterday. The only difference is you're not physically going out the front door.
Right.
But now what you need to do is create that workspace at home. It may be in the end of the garden. And the thing is, lots of people are going to be outside now in their gardens, in their backyards, because it's a holiday. But it's not a holiday for you. Take this opportunity, take yourself away to a quiet place in your house somewhere and physically make that space yours. Create it as a workspace. And the other thing is, your colleagues, your business associates are now all at home. Don't lose contact. That doesn't mean to say you're on the telephone all day. You don't need to do that. You can be there socially engaging with them on Twitter, on Facebook, through your own website, on email, on LinkedIn. You can create all of this stuff that you've put off. Now's the opportunity to do it. And it's as simple as that. And I think what we need to do is that's a bite-sized chunk. Create a routine, find a space in your work, your home space now that you can call yours for 2 or 3 hours a day and get on with it, because life will not stop. And the businesses that will succeed are the ones that create that routine today. Day one. So I'll see you on day 2.
Right. So let's start with our work and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, CK. See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day, Neville. Bye-bye.
And you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by very eminent personality. Many of us in the IT fraternity know him and we all lovingly call him Trips. Mr. Tripathi, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you, CK, my old friend.
It is my
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm very glad to see your success, newfound success. You're always a great sales manager who built our international operations in a banking solutions company. From there, you have moved to a new business model. Rarely people are able to do that. So, congrats to you.
Thank you, sir. I think it is all because of the learning and coaching I got in mentorship of leaders like yourself.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate the time that I spent with you.
Thank you.
So, sir, we are in day 14, and the India is under lockdown, and it's already 2 weeks. What do you see in your neighborhood and in your community? How people have perceived this lockdown, because I'm sure for many of us it's first time.
Yes, I'm sure uh, it is it is the case with everybody in the world, and not no exception. And especially in Mumbai, in Hirandani Gardens in Powai, it's a community which is highly interactive, where people meet on roads, they meet in malls, they meet in stores, they meet in gardens. Very importantly, there are a lot of partying. There are people who meet together very regularly. And I have been a Rotary president last year, so I have been far more active in this community. So from there to a situation where meeting itself is a taboo, or not even letting your family members come in to your own house from outside, relatives to come in, or not letting your community people, which is society people, to even go out. It has been one of the hardest phase, and occurring all of a sudden. So let me tell you that when the government started to feel that the numbers in Mumbai were just suddenly started to rise and so on and so forth, and they were not just left to people coming from abroad. So one thing we got as a very important condition is to stop movement of all the maids and drivers into the building. So vendors, maids, drivers, everything got stopped. That caused not just the hardship of people having to work at home, but also, those poor people, they suddenly were locked up into their small homes and not knowing whether their jobs are safe and so on. So one thing we continued, and I'm sure many societies have continued, is that we told our members that while we are not able to engage this staff, but we must continue their income. And second stage came where we had to say that even the building security and all these people, if we want to engage with them, we cannot let them go home, so that inter-community breakout risks are minimal. So then the issue was, how many people will agree that they'll come and stay uh, here, and then it's not like coming from a village. They live next door and they're not allowed to go home. So we made those arrangements. We made arrangements for their food, their stay, their bathing, their checking up of medical conditions on a day-to-day basis, so on and so forth. And of course, I have a small child at home, and very importantly, this community of small children, which was playing every day outside, they were going and playing football, or they were playing in gardens, and there was a timetable for them to do taekwondo today and cricket tomorrow, football day after. Everything got stopped. Then the issue came in as to how do you deal with groceries and your regular supplies. So Hirandani Pawai is very well stocked. That's not an issue. But government is not keen that people go out as much as possible. So we had to tell our members, and they're very, very well off and highly experienced and highly educated, extremely well read and well traveled people in this building, to not go out of the building at all. So that campaigning has been a very tough call, and we have minimized that. The police people were telling me, and before that I must tell you that Hirandani Gardens as Powai is a community of 45 buildings, and for each building would have about 100 flats, maybe more. So there is an association which is building up here, and I'm in that apex body there also. So to put these as a change of culture among 25,000 people of Hirandani community has been a very, very tough task. But I can assure you that informally police said that this is one of the most well-behaved complexes of 150, 200 acres where people are not coming out and they are listening to what government is saying. So it's a complete change of life. And you know, it's not just going to end on 15th April as we presume, or some people are dreaming that it will happen that way, because it's not like a war related lockout. It's not related to certain kind of conditions just overnight changing and the government is going to make announcements. It's not a bar which has been put on a highway which will be just removed and people can start traveling. It is something which naturally has to set in terms of closure of corona as a spreading virus, or vaccine has to be there, and it has to become like a normal influenza or cough cold treatment kind of a thing. That's where probably the life will normalize, not until then.
Very well said, Trips. And you have been a very successful businessman yourself. You have created companies, you have built teams. What do you see that, is there a downturn in the business sentiments because of this issue?
So I'm working on various committees. I am a SME council chair in NASCOM, and I'm also on their executive council consequently. And NASCOM has 3,000 members, out of which 2,500 members are SME members. And what we call SMEs, if you remember in our old times, 200 crore company was considered very, very large. But here, the definition of SME in software, which is fully services driven or fully people driven, is that 200 crores is SME. So we are talking of companies which are 5 to 200 crores. And we are looking at all sorts of recommendations which we are getting from the country. I have personally spoken to 6 regions in last 15 days and more than about 100 companies. Yesterday I did a webinar where there were 190 or 210 companies. So we are accumulating information and then putting it as our recommendation to the government. So without involving NASCOM here, that was only to give you an idea of what I'm doing from a perspective of correctness of my thought process, is that our view is, and it's absolutely personal view, that among the smaller companies, they can be almost like 30-35% knock with regards to delayed cash flows. And there can be anything between 25-30% knock in terms of force majeure or non-renewal of contracts. So the risk which Indian small companies, especially in the IT industry, run is almost like 40-50% of lack of cash flows in coming times. Whereas today, if you see, there was some gentleman writing saying that Indian industry will bounce back in the second quarter. And if you remember our old times together, I used to always say that whenever there will be a bad time on this earth, IT industry is going to grow. Because automation, intelligence built into the system, processes changeover of new offerings, all of that happens only because of IT. So my sincere hope and prayer is that IT industry is going to bounce back, but not without a slump for at least 2 quarters in a big way. Now, very large companies which have got huge cash piles and they have managed their cash flows extremely well, they may face this shock little lesser, but they also have very large expenses. But smaller companies will face this issue. There is also a thing which we have to understand outside IT industry, since your platform is not IT industry specific, is that there are crores of SME companies, crores, people who are doing small manufacturing to small distribution of goods to making engineering parts, working as ancillaries, plastic manufacturers, goods manufacturers. So many things which are in daily life. You and me may not be buying some of those unbranded stuff, but in and around us, there are thousands of such stuff. If you see, look around in your house today, and those companies are facing a, a very high risk that their markets may suffer in a big way. So the sentiment worldwide is that certain types of businesses are going to grow, like what we see in healthcare in IT, healthcare as such, hospital services. And there was something which people said that insurance is not going to do well. According to me, insurance should do much better in coming times. Organizations which are providing services which are on supply chain side must benefit quite a lot. Organizations that are working towards any kind of a prevention of any outbreak in future, anything which is like the guy whose platform we are using, the Zoom communication. This is a 9-year-old company and suddenly has become a star overnight. So the business models are going to change, but the current business models are going to suffer, and new things will appear from here which will make people rich, which will make people will bring in new skills, new ways of doing business in the first place. And obviously all this is going to lead to some kind of an unemployment or some kind of an employment loss and lack of cash flows for some time in the world. I would always pray that at least India remains positive, as what economists are saying worldwide, that India will be plus 2% and so on and so forth. But if you see the larger economies who we have grown revering with, we have been looking at them with reverence all along. They're all showing a situation of either flat growth or negative growth almost till 10%, which is not good for the world. So yeah, that's my view.
Trips, you have such a vast experience. In fact, you are a encyclopedia of business, and what we are seeing is that the entire business is at a standstill, at least in India and also the world over. Once this lockdown is over, in certain extent or in a phased manner, do you have any opinion on what the governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiments?
See, that answer, uh, even our Prime Minister or the President of US is still searching. And we are extremely small microorganisms not to be able to probably contribute much today on that thought. Because I was telling one council member of mine, my co-council member, very very active person in morning in NASCOM, that we had just met about a month and a half back, and we were planning a very large event. And here we are in last 15 days completely shut. So the thing is that this is a dynamically changing situation. It's not really possible to say how will things fan out in future. But as what intelligentsia is saying and what my mind just contributes a little bit to, I personally feel that the lockdown is not going to open fully and all of a sudden. Government is presently in a consultative mode with all the trade platforms to take advice as to what is required to be most critically to be kept open, where it is very very critical for people to travel and reach on the other side and so on and so forth. So they are all essential services first of all, or people who are supporting essential services, and therefore it might be a partial opening of this lockdown in a manner that we may be able to experience little better freedom than what we have in coming times, but not all the freedom. Like my personal view is that the PM should never open the international borders and international airlines for at least the time that we get a complete negative growth rate of corona. Also the feeling is that mass transportation, like local trains in Mumbai or BEST in Mumbai or any mass transportation where people just don't bother about not having to rub against each other and stand in a proximity. They will have to be operated in a different manner, or even airlines will have to be operated in a different manner. There are ways which people are talking about, saying there'll be less passengers in a row and fewer passengers in the aircraft and so on and so forth. So how will something like that be feasible in a local train in Mumbai? One has to imagine those kind of things. What I believe is that we'll have to first and foremost consider, which I'm sure government has got extremely concerned about, is that what we call as essentials in life. चाहे तुम उसको बोर्नविटा या बूस्ट बोलो एक तरफ से, या मिल्क बोलो, या चाय बोलो, या or you call it as atta, dal, or you call it as namak, sugar. Where is it coming from? It's not coming from thin air. It's coming from factories. Factories have got no laborers. Farms, जहाँ खेती हो रही है, जहाँ फसल खड़ी हुई है, वहाँ फसल काटने के लिए लोग नहीं है. So there are two aspects that for the business to continue, these things will have to come back. And more importantly, these 20-25 lakh workers who went back to their villages, they may have nothing to eat or nothing to live. So they will have to be re-engaged and so on and so forth very quickly for our base economy to remain stronger and so on and so forth. Whatever is our export will have to come back very quickly, including what you heard from paracetamol and the other chloroquine, I don't know what is that term, sorry, being allowed to be exported and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to tell you is that these will open. Then in IT industry, there are BPM companies, business process management companies, which are significantly large, employing the largest number of people. They are supporting the world. They are not just supporting India. And there are IT companies which have some critical, not business as usual, but BCP support, which is happening for global customers and Indian customers. So some of these will have to be opened up. So I think this is the way government might be thinking. This is my view. If you ask me what should probably be done, is one thing, CK, when we were working together many years back, and it was why SEZs came into play in the first place. SEZs came because there was a sunset clause which was on STPI, and the tax benefits were going, and the government thought there should be a new way of doing business. So if you just extend your SEZ thought, I think now government should push that there should be special economic zones in tier 3 and tier 4 towns only, and create, because the engineering colleges are everywhere, medical colleges are everywhere, proper business colleges are everywhere. So why should people travel and create such kind of a chaos in large cities? They should get enough of opportunities to work in their cities, work in the comfort of larger spaces, go back to their homes, and not really create a concentration in just 4 or 5 cities in the country. And this is my thinking. The other thinking is that government should actually call 200 large businesses or 500 large businesses from the country and say that all of them must open the next factory in a tier 3, tier 4 plant only, and they will be provided free land or free water. Or free land itself is a very big attraction in India, and government will support a certain amount of a sunset or a reduced GST or something like that, but they must create factories into deep rooted areas. The moment you do something like this, we will have next maybe, and they all can be cultivated into smart cities. So they all can be cultivated for better emergency management or emergency response management. They can all be smart cities with IT systems controlling behavior of people and situations like that, and not have shanties and not have overflowing uh, lakes or overflowing drainages and dirty lakes and so on and so forth. So I have a feeling that these are all the things which will probably be the next generation switch. The other thing which is going to happen, which is very important and in a very brief, I'll try to complete that, is the part there are going to be new business models. As I said in the middle of our conversation, that in the supply chain management or in the healthcare or in the way people are conversing today, the need for people to travel will reduce. So the shock which we have all got, and we both being from sales, would remember that we used to think that a B2B sales cannot happen unless sales managers travel. Or a Hindustan Lever or a Procter and Gamble used to train their management trainees for last 100 years by having van salesmen. So they believe that even B2C sales will not happen until people travel. So this concept of travel, hotels, events, this is going to undergo a very, very major change. So मुझे क्या लगता है कि because there is going to be a certain sacrifice by the hotels and the hospitality and airline industry, actually the entire business may double up or triple up in a big way. And here is Ariman here, wants to say hi to you. Aryan, see, he does that to all my video conferencing.
He is a
So,
facility manager.
so I was saying that because you can now work without having to travel, and 50, 60, you suddenly realize futility of that. Because you can do conferences of hundreds and hundreds of people without having to be in a hotel, arranging food, arranging systems and all of that. I think the business is going to explode now because you will be able to communicate far more effectively at lower cost, at a much lower turnaround time, and so on and so forth. This is my view. But there is a sacrifice which is going to happen. And I hope that sacrifice does not last long, because the best businesses, according to me, the most businesses where we have grown enjoying are actually hospitality and airlines and so on and so forth. You know, the fondest memories which we have today, and I'm sure that includes you also, is about our travel experiences, about having to meet people in their offices. And I hope all this comes back and comes back with a fervor. But the business models are going to change.
So, excellent words of wisdom, Trips. I think the world will not be the same after this lockdown
Yes.
is released, either in one go or in phased manner. I think the new business models will be evolved, and I'm sure there are a lot of smart people who will come up with new solutions for the new problems. It was a great
Absolutely.
pleasure talking to you, Trips.
Oh, thanks a ton, CK. After a long, long time, we spoke and like to continue this interaction. And thank you very much, and best wishes to you, your family, and your team. Stay safe. There are 5 things which government has told us to do with every new person we meet. Is that to tell that please wash your hands regularly, stay at home, stay safe, stay at home, work for your companies from home, and contribute as much as you can by staying at home. So that is second. Third is, if you do have to step out, please keep a cotton mask made at home ready and please use that full time. Fourth thing is, avoid touch and therefore make only online payments as much as possible. And fifth is, please download Arogya Setu, the Ministry of Electronics and IT's new application, which is going to track COVID and to ensure that using that app, you stay safe and secure. So with these 5 things, I would like to end my present communication with you and wish you the best, and would like to meet you in good times soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be positive.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach,
And today we would like to touch upon a business subject. And the subject is like this. When we set up our company, we actually spend a lot of our own efforts and revenue in building the company, building the product line, building the team, etc., and do not focus too much on the sales and marketing setup, which is basically the prime cause why we started the company in the first place. If there is no sales and marketing, there will be no revenue, there will be no business, there will be no company. But 90% of these chief executives do not focus on building this right from day one. And that becomes a second step for the chief executives. To discuss this aspect further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it's an interesting subject in many respects, because when you're first starting in a company, you're an entrepreneur. You're thinking of something that may be different to anybody else doing it. And if it's not different from anybody else, it's doing something better than somebody else. So, for instance, we see lots of people create an online shop and they sell lots of things. And some people do it better than others. Why is that? Why is it that some people do it better than others? Because that's the fundamental question we need to be asking here. And it's primarily because they have a sales and marketing hat. So shall we explain what this sales and marketing hat is? Because it's really fundamental to the whole reason why you're in business. It's actually putting yourself out there as a customer and looking at your company, your products, your services as a customer would look at them. Because that's what good sales and marketing people do. They go and solve a problem for somebody else. If they don't know what the problem is, they don't know what they're solving. So what we need to be doing is asking the simple question, am I solving a problem? If so, what problem is it? Now, there's nothing difficult in that, is there, CK?
Well, it's not difficult, but from my own experience, I feel that almost 60 to 70% of the chief executive do not even know the difference between what is sales and what is marketing. And they put everything in one bucket. And since they are not very comfortable with this, and it's sort of a taboo among some of the people, they tend not to focus on it. And they spend all of their revenue, all of their savings and time and effort on building a product, building a company, building a team, without the knowledge of how they are going to sell it once the product is ready, once the services is ready. They don't really focus on it. And there is other side of few characters who then also say that, I will engage with somebody and I will just pay him 2% and he will bring orders to me. So I think there are these two kinds of people which are in always in dilemma in their mind, not having very good clarity between sales and marketing and why they are in business in the first place. I think that is what uh, I expect you to clarify to the viewers today.
When you were mentioning about they'll find salespeople or commission-based people so they can sell it for them, I reflected immediately on about 20 inquiries on LinkedIn that asked me to connect over the last week. And each one of those inquiries is trying to sell something to me. And when they realize that I'm not interested in what they have to sell, and I'm very polite, I don't normally dismiss them out of hand. I will say I'm really not interested in that, but there's lots of people that would be. Immediately they turn around and said, well, if you refer us, we give you a commission. And this is an automatic response, and it's the automatic response of a lot of people that really don't understand about relationships. Because if I've got a really good relationship with you, CK, anything you do out there, I'll send it to other people. I'll say, I really think you should be looking at this arena. I really think you should be taking this into consideration. In other words, focusing other people on what you have. That doesn't mean that I want a payment for it. In fact, it means the opposite. It means I want people to take action on some of the advice I'm giving, because in some respects, they know me, they're following me, they have a relationship with me. And if I'm trying to impart some friendly advice and just saying, look at this over here, I think that's really going to help you. Or have you thought of this? This might help you. Just trying to nudge them into thinking for themselves. I mean, that's my day job, frankly. Some people call me the CEO nudger because I do try and nudge people to just think for themselves. I mean, of course I have an opinion. Not just opinion about what I do, but about what you do. But unless you really want it, or you want me to coach you or mentor you about it, I'm not going to give it. I'll just give you, my thoughts on a subject. And I think this is where a lot of people need to start to be a little bit more focused about what they're doing. Why are they doing it? You have some great products and services, but if your audience isn't listening and not buying, then you've got the message wrong. So now what we need to do is work out what the message is. And there's a really simple way how we can work out what that message is. I'm going to put you on the spot, CK, all right? The simplest way of finding out if your message is right, what would you do?
Well, I think the simplest way is talk to my 10 of my closest friends.
There you go. There you go. Ask somebody. It's really simple, and it's the entrepreneur's delight, because as soon as you realize that all you've got to do is ask, and ask in an open and honest way, I really want your help. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Or if this came to you, what would you think? And your friends, as you said, you go to your 10 of your closest friends, because your friends, hopefully, will tell you the truth. They won't tell you what you want to hear. If they're telling you what you want to hear, go back to them and say, you're not really being friendly. You're just making me feel good. Frankly, make me feel uncomfortable. Be honest with me. And a lot of people just can't do that, and they can't ask the question, and they can't take the feedback. And it's all about asking the question, having that relationship, asking the question. Let me give you an example. A really good friend of mine is trying to promote a new website out there. It's a really important website for everybody, absolutely everybody. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it would be important for everybody to take into consideration. The background for the website is black. And I mean pitch black. And it's got white words on it. And it's got very, let's say, coding type style. So, for instance, if you were to write down protocol in a coding type style, you would look at some hieroglyphics, which you would work out to mean protocol. It would say protocol, but it's not using the letters, protocol, okay? And therefore, it makes it difficult, and it's hard work. And that feedback has been given, and there's been no action. They've just kept with it. And the interesting thing is, it's feedback from several thousand people, but they've taken no action. So if you want feedback and take feedback, then take action. Now, they may have 400,000 or 500,000 people signing up with absolutely no problem. I don't know that. Okay. But I do know the feedback from several thousand people of saying it's black. Why am I interested? It's not exciting. It doesn't reach out to me and grab me. And the words that they're using, well, I can understand what the letters are, but English isn't my first language. English is my second language. And I'm struggling with what these hieroglyphics are. So that is really the essence. It's finding out who your audience is and giving them what they want. Now, that can't be too difficult, can it?
Well, people don't have that mindset because I will tell you exactly. If maybe it is very peculiar here in this part of the world where I see most of the techies are taking a leap into an entrepreneur journey. And since they are techie from the point they started their career, they don't know what to do about making a positioning, making an elevator page, making a CRM, making a client list, etc. So they don't even bother about it. And once they are in their journey of about 6 to 7 months, then they start thinking about sales and starting finding who could be probably buying their services. But by the time they have already sunk in $1 million in their business, they have no money to hire a smart salesperson who can drive that strategy, and they're already late. So I see this quite often, at least in this market. But I also know for sure that it must be a global phenomenon. People don't have that mindset to basically start becoming salesy in nature rather than techie in nature.
No, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we do need a lot of technical solutions. I mean, I've seen some really good software solutions, or SaaS, as we might call it, software as a service solution. But they don't know how to market it. They're so close to it. They say, oh, you really should be doing this. Why? It's not good enough because I don't know you to tell me you really should be doing this. And it's no good enough for because I'm the sort of person that might be listening and asking you the question, well, why should I be listening? Why should I be doing this? And a lot of that is nudging. It's nudging back. And it's actually trying to get people to think with their next conversation. And we see this on LinkedIn all the time. I saw your profile and we've got lots of connections. Well, I've got something like 12,000 connections. I mean, do I know them all? Do I know all the ones that you're telling me that I'm supposed to know? And they're reading into this that they know them all. And then when you ask the question, well, do you know all yours? And the answer is, well, I only know the people I sell to. Which is quite crazy. Well, you may as well just take all the rest off the list. Because if they're not interesting, at one point they'll have a relationship. And it's going back to this word relationship, we forget sales and marketing up front as entrepreneurs, but we shouldn't forget it because ultimately the business is only going to be in existence if you have something called turnover and there's a number by the side of it. So if you think of your profit and loss statement, or if you can't think that far, think about income and expenditure, 2 columns. Okay. And on the income side, it has to be sale. Sale, 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 sale. And it's just got 1 column. And each row says a sale, a sale, a sale, a sale. And your expenditure side, well, there's lots of rows, lots of different rows. Pamphlets, flyers, printing, business cards, meetings, telephone calls, broadband, flights, travel, entertainment. There's lots of lines on the expenditure side, but there's only one on the income side called sales. And we just need to focus on that word sale. Why will people buy from me if I have a Me Too product? And that's not a problem, actually. We suggest not have a Me Too product, but you differentiate yourself by saying, well, you might buy it from over here, but this is what we do. and focus on what you do. Why would someone come to you? What are your customers saying about you? As in TripAdvisor, and you and I have this conversation from time to time. As in TripAdvisor, a lot of people leave a comment about a great hotel, we'll be going back next year, already booked. And other people will say, the food was horrible, the service was worse, I'll never go back in a month of Sundays. You know, everyone has an opinion. You've just got to be smart enough to ask your customers, what's your opinion? And honest enough to take the feedback that they're giving you. And remember, people typically will be honest with you if you don't know them, because there's no comeback. You know, all they are is an avatar on a screen, typically, or on the back end of an email, or on a Twitter survey, or on an Instagram. You know, this was the dinner last night. This is what our residents said about it. It is so easy to put yourself out there and get feedback. So why don't we do it? That's the thing today. Get out there, start selling to people that you've never, ever heard of before. Get their feedback. If you like this, would you say something about it? Try this for free. You know, our TV is inundated with all these new mattresses that are coming out. You know, it's so good. We give you a 6-month money back offer. How are you confident enough in your business to do that? I'm not saying you should do it, but have you got the confidence to say it?
Well, I think for doing all of these different techniques, and there are different thousands other techniques also to build your brand presence, I think it's a specialized skills. And if you don't have it, in fact, one of my boss used to say that I know for sure, you know, I'm not very good in sales and marketing, but I can hire the best sales and marketing person. And you know, that kind of clarity that person had, and he built a very good global world-class company, sold it off to another world-class company, and so on, and he moved on. He made a lot of money, and he always had his eye on the revenue, even though he was not a very smart salesperson, but he had best salesperson hired for that company. So I think the clarity as a chief executive should be there, that you know, rather motivation. I think from your narration, I'm getting this feeling that you know, people should be motivated to do sales, and if they are not motivated, they should hire someone to do that for them, do all these activities for them. So if there is a discount coupons to be launched, you need a specialized team to do that. It's not something that you say from your mouth and some 10 people will listen and then buy the discount. It has to be, there is a process. So the process needs to be followed. And that is why, you know, I see most of the salespeople not being hired by these startup companies. And because of that, I compare startups with coffee shops. You know, the coffee shop fail in their first year of their starting, similar to any startup. They fail within first year of their starting. So because they don't focus on, you know, how to make revenue. They focus on, hey, this is a very good product, and I'm going to make this product, millions will download it, and after a couple of years, Microsoft will come and acquire me. It's just a dream, you know, which maybe I mean, people will have a lot of good products, but until unless you make noise in the market, nobody will know that the same product is there. And at the same time, you're not unique. There are 7 billion people on earth. While you start developing that product, there'll be someone in Croatia, could be someone in Greece, there could be someone in UK working on the same plan. So by the time you're ready, there could be somebody who's already doing sales and marketing. He's already building his backbone to launch his company, and he's already taken a leap. So first mover advantage will be given to the person who's already got 100 clients. So I think it's like that, Neville. And I really appreciate you coming and telling us about motivation. I think the people should be motivated to do sales and marketing, if especially when they are launching their companies.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing here is without an income, you have no company. Anyone can give things away for nothing. No, I'm at a point in my life where I give lots of things away because I don't need the income. I'm not even looking for an income stream. I want you to be successful. I want you to think about where you're going with your organization. And that's the key. No income, no company. It's as fundamental as that. Even a charity, no income, no company. Even if the income is coming from donations, it's still an income. It's still a donation. Why are people giving it to you? And that's the key. And you're absolutely right, CK. I know very few entrepreneurs that are very good at selling. Unless they're actually in selling, they're not very good at selling. They're very good at telling a story, which is good enough in some respects to get some sales. But the real companies, and you mentioned the coffee shop, okay? The coffee shop is all about footfall. It's all about where you are in your marketplace, the physical location of the coffee shop. We have seen during the pandemic where although coffee shops can't sell for people to sit down, there is a takeaway service and there's also a delivery service. And some really smart people have turned into that delivery service because people are now, some people are frightened to go out, even those that go into offices. They would much rather someone deliver lunch to them than they would go out and choose which lunch to go and buy. Two things. The number of choices have been reduced considerably because there aren't that many shops that open. But more importantly, people are scared to literally go past the front door. So those companies that have been really successful have focused on their customer. What does the customer want? What's the customer feeling? Well, the customer's feeling pretty much like I'm feeling at the moment. We're in lockdown. You know, can I go to the shops? No. Where can I get my stuff? Online. This is not rocket science. So those that have developed an online service, so it's not like an online product in an online service, have been the ones that have really won in this situation. It's not the bricks and mortar that's won. It's the thought processes of the individuals living in the bricks and mortar that have won. It's the real entrepreneurs that are out there, the ones that are thinking about their customer. And that's the message for today, really. Just turn your motivation away from being about me and about being about your company. What's important for your company are customers. What are they thinking? What do they want? Why do they want it? How do they want it? When do they want it? How often do they want it? And then you'll start to think about all those questions that are going through your customer's mind. You know, we deliver within an hour. That's a pretty good phrase, isn't it? And if you're on the high street and you say, if you're in a 1 mile radius, we deliver within the hour. And why can you say that? Well, you can walk to this other company and back within an hour. You know, even short paces, it's a 40-minute return. You can do 20 miles, you can do 1 mile in about 20 minutes. And not only that, it's quite healthy. You know, and when you're going and making that delivery, you know, have a big placard with you on the side. You know, we deliver locally. Have pamphlets with you where you're handing it out to people along the way. We deliver locally. And believe you me, these are not thoughts coming out of my head. This is what I've seen people do. Now that's true entrepreneurship. That's thinking about your business, making a difference. So today it's about motivating yourself to get your business moving and just thinking like a customer.
Absolutely, Neville. These are very powerful advices that you have given us, and I think more and more chief executive must think about sales and marketing, building their business from ground up. And I think they should start their sales and marketing engine even before they start investing money in building their services. That is very important. That's the message I get. And with this message, I will close the discussion today with a request from all the chief executives to get motivated towards sales and marketing. So thank you so much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
My pleasure, CK. Have fun, everybody. It's only Monday.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the roundtable, weekly roundtable that we have. And let me quickly invite our guest, our panelists. First is Ms. Farida Charania from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom.
Hi.
Second is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She joins us from India.
Hello.
And finally, last but not the least, my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gund. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
So good morning. And today's topic is basically the job situation. And as we all know and concur that the global job situation has completely changed, and the old jobs are not being asked for. The reskilling has been a major subject of discussion today. So the point for us to discuss and probably inform the people and our viewers about the types of jobs now available and the types of jobs that employer needs today. So without further ado, with this topic for discussion, let me invite Farida. Farida, you work with a lot of companies world over, and you are in the business of recruitment. So I think you are the best person to take this as a first question. What is the type of jobs now available globally post-COVID?
Sure. I'm just going to kind of, talk about the sectors which were impacted negatively and then the sectors which are impacted positively. So sectors which are negatively impacted and might take a very long time to come back to the pre-COVID era are tourism, transport, retail, and hospitality. And sectors which actually kind of started getting impacted positively are e-commerce, digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, healthcare, e-learning, supermarkets, delivery logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharmaceuticals, robotics, streaming, and again, the video conferencing services, etc. So now, when we look at the sectors which are impacted positively, let's pick up a few skills which I say very often with my clients and they kind of look for. First of all, they look for flexibility. So flexibility means that someone who's done a certain type of job in a certain environment, is that person flexible enough to actually do it in a different environment? Like for instance, is it very necessary for this person to be sitting in office and doing their work, or they are okay to do it from anywhere, like the way world is today? Technical skills, definitely, because everything that was real estate is now digital assets. So definitely technical skill. Data analysis, because that's a very very important portion of anything that is done in the e-commerce, or anything that has a digital layer. Critical thinking, because someone who can actually take a thing and very easily transform into a B thing, and is able to actually very quickly adapt is a skill that is a skill that employers definitely look for. And of course, digital and coding skills and emotional intelligence, because it's not very easy to work in isolation. So these are skills, soft skills and hard skills, that I see very often my clients looking for.
Okay, great. So I think now we have a clarity in terms of what type of skills are now required by the companies world over. And let me invite Mr. Naval Gun. Naval, actually, you work with a lot of youngsters, a lot of middle management people, giving them training. Your company is, always engaged in many such sorties across the world with many countries. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, as Farida was mentioning there, it's a long list as ever. It's a huge list. And if we can pull the fragments out of that list that have been important forever, but now all of a sudden they're rising to the top. It's a bit like, we've had lots of milk and here's the cream. And this cream has taken a little bit of time to rise to the top. And we're talking about, fundamentally, we're talking about good soft skills, because these are traditionally what they call transferable skills. Empathy, how to be a good leader, which is somewhat different from empathy, as people seem to be calling it. How to be a good communicator, how to work in a team. These aren't technical specific issues. These are global issues that we need to get over. And then we've got this massive change. COVID has done one thing. It's taken all of the traditional homes for, well, if I can't get a job here, I'll go into hospitality. There's always been a job in hospitality, no matter where you are, whether it's flipping burgers or it's waiting on tables or it's the maitre d'. There's always been a job in hospitality until today. As Farida said, this one is going to be probably the longest one that will return to some sort of normality. And even then, the job will change, because even before that, the digital arena had come into some restaurants where you literally just sit at your table and you press bits on your table, and actually you're doing the ordering on your table, or maybe on an app. So things are changing quite fundamentally. And I'm going to go back to the very first thing that Farida said: adaptability. We've got to learn to be adaptable. We're not very adaptable, frankly. And people that are looking for jobs are looking for jobs in the old way. I'm an electrical engineer at university. I'm looking for an electrical engineering job. Well, it may not be there. So what else are you going to look for? So that narrow issue, we need to be adaptable. So what skills have I got? We need to ask ourselves the question. I may be technically developed to be a mathematician or a physicist or something, but I need now to know what those skills could do somewhere else. And the obvious place, actually, is teaching. People are rushing back into teaching because now that's becoming a home for the graduate professional. Never thought of teaching before, but now they're thinking of teaching now. But again, teaching, you can't just, because you've got a degree in engineering, you can't just go stand up in front of a class and start teaching, because guess what? It's here. It's digital teaching. And we all know that that's a different arena. So I'm going to focus on this word adaptability, really, because if we don't adapt to the circumstances of today, because they're not going to go back to what yesterday was. So we need to be future focused. So I think my word for the day, word for this session, is adaptability. I've nicked it from Farida.
Great. So I think learning from two great leaders, the job scenario is completely changed, and obviously the jobs are created by the university. I mean, the skills are created by the universities, so that jobs can be fulfilled. But those jobs which universities are teaching, education institutes are teaching, are no longer applicable. So let me ask this question from Kanchan, because she works with the universities and education institutes. Uh, are these, are these pillars of our education doing enough to create new skills so that the new jobs which are available now can be filled?
Yeah, I will be answering this question a bit later, but I would like to express a few finer points from July 2020. There is a rise in job in terms of Indian market, because there are some jobs in media, there are some jobs in railways, there are some jobs in education. So there's a little rise in job situation, and even pass out students can opt for government jobs like police, though currently in some part of India police is in question, but other part of states and cities, they can opt for this job. Now, coming to the question is that definitely the new skills are required, because one skill which is not taught is flexibility. The second skill which is not taught in school is team building and communication. And as communication also, there are few classes in few schools, they are teaching communication, but not as a hard skill, which is very much required, not only in India, but across the world. So these few skills are required, a part of technical knowledge, where student is taught maybe coding, but he should be good in maths also. If one student is good in maths, he should also be good in uh, doing online drawing, or maybe something like Google, where he can express and can make these images and incorporate in presentation that gives a kind of substantial rise in the career. And apart of this, I also feel that though jobs are available, as one of the companies like Tata company uh, a few week back said that firing will not solve the problem. So in this case, companies are also adjusting themselves, and they have come to the conclusion that firing will not help, because we need manpower to really pursue whatever manufacturing or servicing business are going on. So now companies are also realizing, and what I feel is that now companies are hiring people with multiple skills. And in colleges and in schools, I think this is a high time when these skills should be taught, so that we can take up smart professionals and hire good employees for the company for the products.
So thank you, Kanchan. So see, as far as my knowledge goes about the market here, by and large, I feel that the jobs which are available now are in 3 to 4 categories, where jobs are still available in abundance. And those categories are communication. So if you are a smart communicator, there is a job for you in the market. Companies are looking for these smart communicators. If you are in AI, then the jobs are available, because there are a lot of work happening in AI. The humans will be eventually replaced by AI in some of these mundane jobs, and there is a lot of development happening in that area. And the first job is in terms of transformation, because with all these transformation, the organization also requires specialists who can actually take the organization on this path. So it's very easy to say that, hey, the world has changed, it's new normal, but who's going to take that new normal ahead without disrupting the business as much as possible? So these are the three different jobs which are in high demand at this point in time. So I leave the floor open to take your comments on this.
I'll take this. So I'm just going to pick up from where CK was just talking about. Let me try to give it some kind of a structure. whatever the future brings, the workers who adapt will remain the most relevant. So, what do we take away from this? Adapt. Now, skills, communication, for instance, like CK was mentioning. So, we are talking about customer relations, AI. So, you're talking about digital skills, coding, software programming, then soft skills, like Kanchan was mentioning, emotional intelligence, flexibility, digital marketing. These are all skills which are necessary to stay globally relevant. And because of the higher unemployment or people working fewer hours, the impact of pandemic has been felt on all jobs to more or less extent in all countries. Now, where when someone is looking for a job, what is it that we will recommend? So I have a few recommendations here. That firstly, focus on finding a job where you can work remotely, because that could be an important decision to make when you apply for your next role. Again, if you're looking for a job while the sudden spikes of the COVID-19 pandemic remain a risk in general population, it becomes very, very crucial that you look for something where you can work remote or you can work from home. Even if you have to change your sector, uh, don't consider it a permanent move, because COVID is not here forever, but it's going to be there for some time. And once things recover, maybe some years down the line, your preferred industry could make a strong resurgence and could come back as well. But at this point in time, it's very important to focus very carefully on here and now. It is perhaps sensible to look carefully at positions that offer short to medium term security, at least, so you can ride out the worst of the pandemic. And that may mean freelance working somewhere else, or finding a temporary contract to keep you on track for the rest of 2020. So, having said that, the pain is there and it's not going to be all hunky dory. But when you start looking for, jobs, try to look for positions which are either freelance opportunities, opportunity to work from home, and, a structure or a product that can thrive despite of social distancing. That would be my recommendation.
We can't hear you, Kanchan. You need to put your volume on. Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. Sorry. Maybe it's Chandra that needs to turn his volume on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's
fine.
it.
Can you hear me now? Can.
Oh, we've lost you again. You see Chandra creeping back in. You can't hide with this, It's live.
Yes, I've corrected the problem which was with the mic. So Kanchan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that I fully agree with Farida, but I think especially in the context of India, there is around 75% rise, 95,000 jobs are available, especially in government sector, like railways, like banks and finance. So I think people who are opting for government jobs, they have a lot of opportunities. But yes, somebody who wants to go in private sector, they must have skills which are required. That is uh, emotional intelligence, emotional well-being, and of course, a flexibility of working.
Yeah, I think the what we're seeing, and certainly Farida's mentioned it. There are jobs available, and the key thing here is, I think Chandra, you said AI. AI is big business, but the interesting thing, AI, as far as I can see, they need programmers, they need strategists. So unless you have a particular skill in that arena, there's a lot of retraining that you might have to do to get into the jobs that are currently available. So this is a bit of being smart. The nice thing we've got is something called Google. We can always Google it. What skills are needed for this? What skills are needed for that? This person has said it's these skills. What does that mean? So if you don't understand necessarily the job descriptions that are out there, do some research. You know, if you're looking for a job, you have plenty of time on your hands. The time now is to be very focused in what you're doing. Not to say, I must have a job, I need a job, because that little gremlin that you have in the back of your head somewhere will constantly be nagging away every single time you look at the screen and you're trying to focus. So you need to be laser focused now onto what skills you've got, and then go and trial search. You know, as I say, Google is a brilliant place. You can list down a number of items with a comma after it, and all of a sudden you'll get all the news headlines from what's being said about all of those particular subjects. So this is the time, I think, for those that are struggling in this arena, is to start focused and getting some very good research around you. Remember, the job you're looking for could actually be outside your front door, but it might be, you know, halfway around the earth. It could be 10, 12,000 miles away in a digital arena. A lot of the words that Chandra was saying, there's jobs in communication. Communication is a huge word, and you need to understand what communication is. That's not telecoms, you know, that's not being, you know, plug and play and sticking things into PCs. It's how to communicate your message. A marketeer, you know, there are plenty of jobs in marketing, and all of these marketeers are very good at translating the message that's currently being said into a message that people understand. So you're putting the company directly in touch with their customer base. So now's the time not to be worried about it, not to be panicked about it, because neither of those two things are going to help you. You need to get your mind in the right place, set aside a certain amount of time of day, and whatever you do, don't do it as I see a lot of graduates do. They sit in front of a PC for 6 hours, constantly researching and researching and researching. Now, I'm nearly 62 years old. I don't sit in front of a PC for 6 hours. I'm tired after about 25 minutes of very focused type of research. And I'm no different to anybody else. So take breaks, you know, have a glass of water by the side of your PC. Do the simple things, you know, use a diary, set a timer. If you haven't got a timer, if you're using your mobile for all this searching and you can't put the timer on there, then get another timer. Go into the kitchen and set the timer on the oven so that, you know, it beeps away at you. There are lots of ways you can get around this issue, you know, and stop saying I can't and start saying I can. Because there's opportunity for you if you, and I'm going to pinch this word again, I'm afraid, if you're adaptable. And the sad thing is, not many people are. And that's why, if you are adaptable, I will guarantee you'll get a job. Because there are plenty of jobs out there.
So I think the first thing that people need today is basically understand what is the reality and adapt to it. So I think, you know, you don't want to be like a ostrich, bury your head and not look at the reality around. So I think the reality is very, very clear that the jobs which were available earlier are not available now. And what is new, as Neville said, a job may be 12,000 miles away from your location. So I think time has come to really become digital, find out what are the jobs which are there. For instance, let me throw some examples. You know, if you look at the media business, that was such a thriving business world over, and different kinds of media being sold by everyone, news to entertainment to movies to anything else, and people makes billions of dollars out of this revenue. In fact, it is one of the biggest grosser of the industry anywhere in the world. what has happened now? There are no new movies in the theaters because the artists have not gone for recording because there is COVID lockdown everywhere. So where will you shoot the new movies? So I think there is a gap. People still need to be entertained. How they get entertainment? There is a digital arena which can be used. So the media can be simply shift from that place to the digital space. So I think this is where the opportunities are. uh, there are a lot of opportunities in the marketing arena. There are a lot of opportunities in influencers because the old way of advertising is gone. There is no advertisers now looking at the content because the content is not there at all. The old type of content, the new content, that means new advertisers are coming in. So you need to create the new content, become an influencer, become a good marketeer, digital marketeer, become a media professionals, become an AI, become data scientist, become a transformation expert, or become a good communicator. So I think these are the opportunities which are available in abundance. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think I'll pick this up here. When you talk about artificial intelligence, it's a very broad umbrella, and people start getting worried, oh, my job is going to go away. So, the World Economic Forum actually predicts that about 75 million jobs will be displaced with AI. But at the same time, 133 million new jobs will be created because, end of the day, a machine can do repetitive tasks. At least in my knowledge, I don't think that it will replace humans. It will augment human life. It will augment the human experience. It will take away the work which is very repetitive, monotonous, admin. It will take away that work and give the user data which is actually mined in the proper format for them to take actions. So basically, jobs are not going away. Robots are not going to become they are not going to kind of take away your job. They are perhaps going to help you to make better decisions, to do things which you can do much better if you are engaged. It will not take away the human touch at all. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'm old, but I don't think it's going to happen at least in the next 50 years or what. So the thing is that there are opportunities. Yes, of course, the pay scales probably have gone down because every industry has suffered. And then, the way you actually deliver your services also changed. Like Chandra was just now mentioning, that entertainment is kind of moved because movies are not being released in theaters. You see all of them being released on OTT platforms. Influencers, yes, advertising is changed completely. In fact, yesterday somebody presented a strategy to me, and it's an advertising firm, so it's actually a PR firm, and they presented a strategy. And I think they've had a very steep learning curve because they have realized that if they give me 100,000 budget and $100,000 of budget, and if they give me the same things which everybody else was doing 6 months ago, I'm just going to listen to them out of respect but not do anything about it. So they came back with some very smart strategies, which was using some of these influencers to actually drive the message, use soft power to attract people, use inbound rather than outbound. So I think that world is changing, and definitely if the individual is adaptable, again I'm going to take my word back, if you can adapt to lead, there are a lot of opportunities for you.
You're absolutely right, and the thing is, I'm gonna pinch it again, but don't worry about that. You mentioned the I think the critical part here that we need people to focus on is that Farida's absolutely right. For every job that AI will take, and remember, it's taking the repetitive jobs away, and we know something about repetition. It's boring. Who wants to be boring? If anyone's listening to this and want to be boring, just don't listen to anything else we're going to say, because no one wants to be boring and no one wants to listen to someone that's boring. And that's what robots are there for. AI is a robot. It is doing repetitive tasks that somebody's programmed. So for every job that's taken away, which I say, tick that box, let's get rid of them very quickly, there's probably at least two, if not three, will replace that job. The issue is, the likelihood is, it will be at a more technical level. So I think something that we need to realize is we need to become a bit more technically minded. Now, that might just be using an app in the way the app's designed. So you don't have to go on a university course to be technically minded. You just have to Google something and find out what you need to know to have the sufficient technical skills to get ahead of the curve. There used to be a phrase in business many years ago, and it was about consultants. A good consultant is only there because they're half an hour better than the staff. And if you think about that, you know, I see Farida's laughing there, and Chandra's trying to break a smile, because we've all been consultants and we've all hired consultants. And that's really what a consultant's just ahead of the curve. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for someone just ahead of the curve. It might be a long curve or a short curve, but the point is that's why they're a consultant. That's why they're the expert. And we will always need experts. The more AI comes in, the bigger requirement there will be for specialists. So if you really enjoy something that you're doing, become the specialist in that particular part. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a plumber, an architect, a sculptor, just become the expert. And just picking up what Farida said, this influencer arena, ironically, I was told that I'm one of 100 top influencers in the world in a particular subject. I've no idea why that's the case. And it doesn't really bother me. But the point is, if you get to an influencer, understand what they're saying and what they're doing, and be the influencer in your specific arena. Because we're crying out for specialists. And the more specialist you become, the easier the jobs will be that are coming out there. You may even create a new area that people haven't thought of before, and then be happy and drive hard on it. Be very focused and enjoy it. One word that as the older we get, the more important this word becomes. I love my job. What does that mean? Because if you don't love it, get another one. Simple as that, really.
To
I
add,
would like to share.
there are
Sorry,
jobs.
go ahead.
There are jobs, and job seeker need not to worry. Just enhance their skills and be positive and have flexibility and adaptability. So they will get job of their choice.
Okay, so I like to just share a funny incident from yesterday. Somebody reached out to me and said, I'd like to have a chat with you. And I know the person, so I said, okay, let's talk. And they actually told me that they are offering a second opinion. So that person has actually made it their business. So they are offering a second opinion for a queen. Quite a novel idea, and initially I laughed, but I was actually thinking, yes, I mean, it is lonely at the top.
It's very smart. It's very smart.
Yes, and it is fairly lonely at the top. I don't have anyone to, kind of bounce my thoughts off, because mostly people are going to agree with me if I talk to my team. And I mean, I respect this person, so I wouldn't mind paying to take a second opinion. So people can get very creative and they can find some niches in there. So I'm just saying that the sky is the limit. We are very fortunate to be in a digitally enabled world where we can actually, give our services online. You could be sitting thousands of miles away and still be able to do work for somebody that far away from you. So, well, I mean, it's not that the impact is really serious with this pandemic, but some good will come out of it, because very overrated stuff like brick and mortar is definitely becoming passé. So there would be opportunities. And yes, if you need a second opinion, I can do it for a fee.
I think someone might call that coaching, but maybe coaching is a bit historic, you know. But a second opinion, I've heard of people that are offering second opinions, and it made me laugh because immediately I thought, well, that's a real interesting gimmick. And of course, that's what you've got to do to get into the market these days. You've got to have a gimmick. You've got to have, as someone might have said years ago, you've got to have an angle to get in, bit of leverage. You know, there's all these wonderful words in the dictionary that we can utilize, but fundamentally, we've all got it. It's about time we start to use it.
So great. I think we had a very good conversation today, and learning from the leaders like yourself. It has been a great value to our viewers. I'm sure they will be able to change their job scenario, take some of these tips that we have discussed today, and find the reskilling opportunities for themselves and find appropriate job for themselves. So with this message, I would like to end this discussion today, and I'd like to thank you, all of you, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville. Thanks for your input, and we will catch up next Friday.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Halloween.
Bye.
Hello, friends, this is Chandrakant, and today we have a very distinguished guest joining us. She is a leader. She has spent almost 2 decades in industries. She has lived across multiple countries, and she heads a very enterprising organization called Career Zoom. And in this particular section of our show, we will actually ask a question from a leader, and these questions that we receive on daily basis by different people, different budding entrepreneurs. And today's question is how to become a successful entrepreneur. So the guest is Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore. Without further ado, let me welcome her to the show.
Thank you, CK. Pleasure to be back on your channel. I hope everyone is keeping well, and a very, very good day to you wherever you are in the world. My name is Farida, as CK introduced me, and I am the founder and CEO of Career Zoom, which is basically a CXO on demand consulting organization. Thank you, CK. I think it's an excellent question, and it's a very difficult answer because there is no one size fits all approach here. Talking about how to be a successful entrepreneur. Uh, different people have different things which make them successful. Um, if I kind of, even run a Google search, there are like, 50 things that come up on page one. And all of them are important traits. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to share my journey and things that have helped me stay on the path. There will be times when you are not finding the success the way you anticipated, but then as an entrepreneur, it's important to move on and look at things which will help you get to where you want to get to. So, uh,
Let me share a little bit about my background. So, I am an economist by training, a banker by profession, and perhaps today an entrepreneur by passion. Career Zoom is my fourth venture, and over the last decade, I have founded, run, and exited three other organizations. Um, I've lived in different countries. I grew up in India. I have worked in India, Singapore, London, UAE, Finland, France, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and I've lived in these countries. And all of this experience has actually made me what I am today because, in fact, I forgot to say, I started my career in Tokyo with Nomura. So I have lived in very difficult parts of the world where I spoke not a single letter of that language. Um, and after, achieving a considerable success in my banking career at the age of 27, yeah, I decided I wanted to do something else. And that's how I set up my first venture, which is called the Sky Touch. Now, the thing is, success comes to different people in different forms, and that's how it happened to me as well. Yeah. The thing is that what kept me going. So there are times when I actually, met with disappointment. There are times when, I also, did not achieve the success that I was actually looking for. But what kept me going is the belief that I will get there someday. Therefore, as an entrepreneur, I think the thing that has helped me the most is the belief that I will get there. Yeah. And I think that's basically the most important thing for any entrepreneur. The belief, of course, is important, but it's also important to be pragmatic. That if you're making losses after losses, then you need to kind of understand when to cut the cord and actually, move on to something else. But that finesse comes after a while. You won't have it on day one. Also, as an entrepreneur, what probably has been, the most successful thing for me is that I had the opportunity to do a hard reset. When things were not really going well, that was another pragmatic approach that as an entrepreneur, don't get very attached to your products. Don't get very attached to, what you are doing because that attachment, the emotional attachment, might actually lead you to do things which are not really in your favor. So I made that mistake, and I'm kind of sharing this with the audience that don't get too attached. If something is not working, evaluate it, go back and see it's not working. So are you good with investing time to figure out why it's not working? Or are you good with, just kind of doing a hard reset, going back to ground zero and seeing what else you could do? So these are a few learnings which I love to share, and I always say to people who ask me that what kept you going. So my belief in the fact that I will be successful, and the ability to, which I kind of developed over a period of time, is to kind of, take a step back and see whether the direction is right or not. Yeah.
I think this is fantastic, Farida. In fact, your journey is quite inspiring because at very young age you are able to get out of the corporate life and do something on your own, which is quite amazing. However, I think there are many people in this race, and they have a spark, they have an idea, and they just want to go, implement that. And as you said earlier, that it is basically based on the people having a product in mind, and they get too attached to the product, and they keep saying, I've heard this statement many times, that hey, it's my baby, so what I'm doing is I'm bringing up a child when I'm starting my company. So that is why there are a lot of failures also. Almost like 90% of the startups fail. They are like coffee shops, 90% of the coffee shop closed down in the first year. It's similar to that. So the question really is that what are the objective, what should be the objective of entrepreneur to continue the journey, and what if not the product, what they should be aiming for. I think that is something that our audience would like to know from you.
Certainly. So there are a few things that probably have helped me because when I exited my first venture and I started my second venture, by then I had learned that you need to define timelines in terms of your risk tolerance. What is your ability to tolerate the risk, and in terms of monetarily, what is it that you are prepared to put in, because that should be basically the defining factor. Now if you actually kind of look at, so the way that I went into my second venture is that this is the money that I need for the next 2 years, okay, to basically run my life, not my business. If I don't have to touch anything, do I have the money for the next 2 years? No, I didn't have the money for the next 2 years. Okay, so let me bring that timeline down and see how much money do I have. I had money exactly for 5 months. So I had to manage my risk within those 5 months. Yeah. So for me that worked because for me it was very clear that this is my business idea. This is the time that I need to, so there are, of course, you will not see all the success in 5 months. It's a short timeline, but it will give you an idea, the direction that you are going in, whether the direction is right or not. Because, suppose if you are selling a service, so you have a funnel already. You should develop that funnel within the first month and a half, because if you don't have that funnel within the first month and a half, or maximum 2 months, it's very unlikely that you will be able to actually commercialize any of that within the next 6 months. So it's important to have that funnel. If you have a product that you are building, then you need to be conscious of the fact that if you are not capitally heavily backed, it is going to be a very tough journey for the first 3 or 4 years till the product is completely ready to be commercialized. If you are depending on, say, grants, raising money, etc., remember all of them need a MVP, minimum viable product, to be able to look at your idea and see if they want to invest. So be prepared for that. If you get into business not prepared, if you get into a journey without being prepared for that timeline, you're going to be disappointed, because if you have decided that there is a certain money that's needed to run the business and certain money needed to run your life, it's important to bifurcate that and keep those accounts separate. Lot of young entrepreneurs like myself make the mistake of taking money from here and putting it there and vice versa. It's not advisable. It's not ideal, it's not advisable. So I think the first step is to make sure that you have bifurcated those finances, and the second step is to make sure you stick with the discipline. If you have to keep going, there should be something that tells you that, okay, and not a gut feel, but actual data that tells you that you are going to commercialize this much in this much time. Because if you don't have that, there is no point in moving forward, because it's clearly not worked for the first 6 months. It's very unlikely that things will change very quickly.
I think this is a amazing tip, and you are now changing the focus from a product based startup to actually revenue based startup, and you're actually telling the audience that, hey, don't look at the product, look at the revenue, look at the cash flow. So what is the best time to start promoting? You mentioned few very important words, things like you should have a plan, you should have exit policy, but the whole idea is that if there is no feedback, and you had 6 months and there is no feedback, the time is too short to decide anything. So what is a good time to start getting that feedback?
So there are a couple of things here. One, so it depends what is your startup. If it's going to take some time to build the product, then you have to factor that in. But let's assume for, you know, just for the sake of this discussion, that it's a service-based startup. Suppose you're providing a certain service, okay? There is no good or bad time to seek feedback. There is no bad time to evaluate your positioning in the market and understand your market value. In fact, I would start doing it even before I get invested in that idea. Even before I kind of go into that idea head down and put everything that I have into it, I would evaluate with people who are able to give me feedback whether that's something that they would buy or not. The best thing to do is Pick up a focus group of people and pick up people who are not going to tell you things because you like to hear them. Pick up people who are going to be very honest with you. Because if something is nonsense, they need to tell you and you need to tweak your approach. So I think 6 months is a short timeline for a product development kind of a business, but for a service business, that's a perfectly good timeline. You know within the first couple of months whether you're going in the right direction or not. Because when you actually start a business, you define your unique selling proposition, and your unique selling proposition is basically what is it that you are doing, what is the problem it is solving, and who are the people who are going to buy it, and who are the people who've already bought it. So the bought it part comes a bit later, but the first three are essential on day one when you start the business.
I think the question was very simple: what it takes to become an entrepreneur, a successful one, a viable one, and I think you have beautifully answered these things. So I think the learning for today for our viewers is, don't uh, you know start bringing a child, and when you start a company, don't get attached to the product or the line of service. Keep your eye or your finger on the revenue, and you should also know from where this revenue is coming. So I think these are the two major factors that every entrepreneur must have before they start investing their money in a company. So I think that is the learning for today from our expert, from a very senior colleague, industry colleague, Farida. Thank you so much for giving us all this information, and next time I will meet you with another interesting question, Farida. Thank you so much for joining us today, and have a good day. And by the way, it's your birthday, so please enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Farida, I will catch up with you next time. Until then, I like to say goodbye for today.
Thank you. Bye for now. Everyone have a fantastic day ahead and wish you and your families very, very well. If you have questions for us, drop us an email. Our coordinates are when you kind of finish this segment. Let us know. We'll try our best to answer your questions. Thank you and bye for now.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And today is Friday, and on Friday we have a CEO roundtable. So let me invite our distinguished guest today. First is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She's joining us from India. Welcome.
Hi everybody. How are you all?
We are all fine, Kanchan. Thanks for joining us. And our second guest is Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is a CEO of Career Zoom, a very well-known HR consulting company. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a good week so far, and I'm looking forward to the weekend. So I'm sure all of you are as well.
Yes, we are looking towards the weekend, and in the CEO roundtable, we have a very interesting discussion that we want to have. It's about building rapport with the client, because as all of us know, client is the most important link of doing any business. So we thought that we will discuss this today, and I'll start with you, Farida. What do you think should be the most important critical aspect of building rapport with a client?
Sure. I'll start with a little anecdote because I think it's so applicable in today's times. Few years ago, I was in the hospital after a surgery. A lot of people came to see me, and I got a lot of gifts. I don't know who bought those gifts, but I remember each and every person who came to see me. So it's same with the clients. When times are good, everybody is calling everybody on a regular basis. But for instance, the situation that we have right now, the sales decisions are being delayed, or they are not actually being taken. And at this point in time, if we in a sales capacity keep in touch with our clients, that is what they are going to remember when times are good. So to just sum up this whole thing, repo with the client is very, very important, because one, it is not just about making a transaction and moving on, but it's establishing a business and continuing to gain their trust. You as a person might move from one organization to another, but what actually stays with you is the relationship that you build with your client. It's very possible that you will be able to continue doing business with that client if you have built the repo in the first place. So in my opinion, every interaction with client is an opportunity to build the rapport. And as a salesperson, as the face of the organization, and even in your personal capacity, it is important to take every opportunity to do that.
Very well spoken, Farida. In fact, the rapport building really starts with pronouncing the name correctly. So, a simple thing like having the right pronunciation of the name, and understanding the nuances of each country, each type of names is very important. And I think that will help break the ice. So, Kanchan, what is important for breaking the ice in the journey of building your rapport with a client?
First of all, the major thing is that the attitude towards client has to be positive, because it's not a one day deal. We have to deal with this client again and again. So the positive attitude is must. And second, there are some difficult clients also, and there are some complaints also. So once you are in a frontline professional in an organization and some complaints come, so you have to show the positivity towards dealing that client, because that positivity remains. For example, if client says that these are the problems and these set of things I am facing with some service on or product, so that doesn't mean that what you just straightway ask a question. Rather, you should have an empathy to listen the client, and maybe come, yeah, okay, you have this kind of problem, okay, fine, we will see. And there are chances that you sometimes you may not be able to give a final solution to that particular problem. So it's better to take help of your team also, because if you are heading a team, a sales team in an organization, and there are some instances where when you go for a team help, there are some young professionals who can come out with a lot of innovative solutions for that particular problem. So in that case, what happens in this whole process, clients sees that you are serious about the problem with the client is facing. Plus, in a way, when you are showing empathy, that's a channel of relationship, a business relation is set with the client, and that also increase the loyalty towards the company and towards the product. It is not a it doesn't matter you remain in this organization or not. Maybe after leaving one organization, you go to different organization, even that client comes along with you, and he already placed a trust in you, and he understands that you will be there to help him in case if he has a problem. So I think these few points are very, very important for building a client rapport.
So Kanchan, you mentioned very important point, which is empathy with a client. So as a face of the organization, suppose somebody is watching this program and is a startup CEO or a SME, I think how to be empathetic towards the client, and also having listening ability to the problems that a client has. is basically the point that you are trying to drive here. And I just want to go to Farida now because she handles a lot of people globally. Farida, how do you handle a problematic client? Because we can be empathetic, but client is the king, as we say, customer is king. So there has to be a balance between how much to listen, how much to empathize, and how do you handle a problematic client?
Sure. Now, this is a topic I can go on and on because this is my favorite topic. And even when I do trainings, this is something where we spend a lot of time. A problematic client. Now, the definition of a problematic client is different for different people. Everyone actually perceives a certain way of interaction as a problem. You could, face these situations in your life very often. One thing is to listen. We often actually, talk and we hear and we react because that's human nature, right? The key here is to listen, not just hear, but listen and respond. There are times when, the other party, the client, is going to be very, you might find it very unreasonable. But what do you do in that situation? Yes, you need to kind of, take a back seat and think what is it that is bothering this person? Can you actually help to resolve it? Because if that is the only thing that will get this client back to the nice person that they were, then just resolve that. But if you think that these problems are a multitude of problems and this might not be one particular resolution, then I would go back to what Kanchan was saying. Take help of your team because maybe a different face might be able to, mitigate this whole thing much better. A different set of hands, a different pair of ears, and different pair of eyes would probably, just help to take away the heat of the moment. So I'll give an example. Um, in my team, I have one of my colleagues. He had a complete disastrous situation with a client. The client was like angry, and he was shouting at him. And because of the experience that my colleague has, he just kind of listened to everything that the client was saying, and he said that he will discuss it back with the team and go back to him. So what happened is that there was sleeping over because it was a weekend. Everyone slept over the problem. That gave my colleague the opportunity to actually understand where exactly is this dissatisfaction. What can we do to address that particular point? And he asked me if I was willing to be the face of that particular discussion for just one instance, because it will just take away all the focus from the not very nice conversation that they had, and it would just give the client an opportunity to talk to someone else, and they also will feel that somebody is listening to them. So sometimes it's okay to kind of take a little bit of a backseat, because end of the day a deal is a deal. End of the day business is business. It doesn't matter how you bring that business. Taking someone's help might just help you cross that bridge in a much more smoother way. So maybe one of the ways to handle a problematic discussion, not just a client, is just to kind of take a back seat, listen, and go back after a while, after you've processed the information and realized where exactly is the issue. So to make it very structured, keep your world binary, take in information, don't get emotional. So I attended a training many years ago where one of the things that the trainer actually said was, match the energy, don't match the emotion. So if someone is shouting at you, speak at that tone, but don't be angry, because that's just going to convert this whole discussion to a not nice discussion. But if you match the tone, the other person kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, and you are able to continue the conversation, and maybe that continuation is kinder than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So I think if I have to understand the point that you just made is that maybe it will help to restate the problem of the client in your own words, and that may give confidence that, hey, my vendors have understood my issue and my problem. um, I think one of the major aspect of building rapport, which everybody says, is that you should not always discuss business with your client. Sometimes you should also know your client personally. So, Kanchan, what is the importance of having a non-business conversation with the client, or maybe making some personal discussion with the client? Is it important or it is not important? What is your opinion?
Yeah, it is very important once you are making a rapport with the client, because uh, otherwise it'll sounds like as if you are just talking and you just want to have money, you just want to sell either product or services. And sometimes, not sometimes, actually most of the time client doesn't like it, because that becomes very harsh conversation. What I feel is, because we as human, we are emotional machine, and we have to show emotion in a certain way, and we have to tackle that emotion in a certain way, because we are social, we have to show our social skills also to the client. So when we are talking and talking, it is good to have a personal relationship, personal mixed with business relationship, because that gives kind of smoothen the conversation. And then client is also kind of have a free thought process, and he can talk to you, he can pick up your phone when you're calling, and that gel, and it becomes friendly environment. And when it is a friendly environment, then we can discuss business with all casual talking. So I think it's very important to have a little personalization in the communication in the business, because that is how the all communication and relationship work. It's very important.
So, Kanchan, I think that's very important. So, one of the most important aspect of understanding your client is to understand his personal side of things. What he likes, what game he like, what kind of food he likes, what is his liking, disliking, and so on. So, it's we are just scratching the surface here. And we have been discussing about how to build rapport by ensuring that we listen to the client, we solve his problem, we pronounce his name properly, and also know him personally. But having said all of that, Farida,
When I just want to add, when we know a client personally, it becomes easier to solve the problem also. So that is a benefit of being a personalized business communication.
absolutely, it's a very valid point. So, Farida, we have taken care of all of that. We are still scratching the surface, but to start the ball rolling, we have taken care of everything. And still, we are not sure with certain clients how to respond. How do we handle those situations?
Okay. Again, I'm the queen of anecdotes and I have a lot of them. So let me share one. Many years ago, when I used to work for Barclays, there was a situation when someone was very angry. And I was also very young, very immature. I got angry as well. I was like, and everyone was screaming. And one of my senior colleagues, a very sweet Greek gentleman, his name is George Papasolomontis, and he actually put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to come on the side. He said, "Why are you losing your temper?" I said, "Because he's shouting at me, and I'm getting agitated." And I said, "I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to here to be popular." He said, "But I want you to be popular." And that is something that's kind of stayed with me through the years. It's been many years now. But the thing is that when there will be situations when everything is not going to work the way you want it or you hope it to work. There will be clients who will be more difficult than you think you can handle. But what actually works at any point in time is be calm. Like Kanchan said, that it's not necessary to just have a business communication, because end of the day you are not just doing a transaction, you are building a relationship to keep doing business continuously. And if you have that rapport with your client or with any party that you are doing business with, the navigation of their needs, the navigation of their organization becomes a lot simpler. It's a lot easier. So not every time, all these tips are going to work. Not every time you are going to be able to solve a problem, but then that is life. You just take a little bit of calm moment, do some meditation if you need to, and just move on. Because you can try your best to solve, you can try your best to address, but there will be times that you might still have an opportunity loss. That is life. Just pick yourself up and move on.
So I think you made a very important anecdote, if you allow me to say that. It is saying that being a young entrepreneur or a CEO or a sales head or a salesperson, you have to be popular amongst your client. So I think we can end our discussion today. There are many things which may be required, which may be some of the things that we have said and discussed today are some may apply in 90% of the situations, but could be 10% situation where these things that we discussed may not apply, and there has to be a help required to handle those things. But nevertheless, we had a very positive and fruitful discussion today in the Top Brass CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to thank my guests Kanchan and Farida for joining us today. We will catch up next Friday again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the IT Suppliers Management Global Procurement Head at Novartis. And he joins us to discuss about leadership, his journey from Ireland, where he's based. And it will be honor to talk to him about and get.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. We had been discussing about Ashoka the Great. We have done in last episode the overview of Ashoka, and today we will be discussing about administration of Ashoka. Ashoka is a very, very interesting personality because at one phase of his life, he is a tyrant, and on the other phase of his life, he has become a benevolent king, a father figure to his subject. To discuss more about this administration, the subject of Ashoka's administration, we would like to invite Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College of Women. So without wasting any further movement, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine, Meeta. So, you know that we had been discussing about Ashoka, and I would like to hear more about the administration of Ashoka so that our viewers benefit and they should know how good administrator Ashoka was. So, we would like to know more about his personality and administration.
Okay. See, Ashoka's administration is very unique because it was influenced by the principles of Arthashastra. Arthashastra is an old text written by Kautilya or Chanakya. His original name was Vishnugupta. And Chanakya was the person who was the mentor of Chandragupta Maurya. And he was the person behind the fall of Nanda dynasty. After that, only Chandragupta Maurya could establish the Mauryan Empire. So, the administration of Ashoka is greatly influenced by the principles of Arthashastra because Vishnugupta's grandson, Sagar Gupta, was in the cabinet of Ashoka. Actually, Sagar Gupta was the person associated with Ashoka's father Bindusar, but Bindusar had an inclination towards his elder son, Sushil, and he wanted Sushil to become the crown prince. Total, there were 101 sons of Bindusar, it is said, but from all of them, he liked Sushil. And why he disliked Ashoka was because of his looks. Ashoka was not a very good-looking person. So when Ashoka was born, from that time only, he never liked Ashoka that much. Bindusar. Now, this Sagar Gupta has played a very important role in the coronation of Ashoka after the death of Bindusar, because when Bindusar was seriously ill, he called for his elder son Sushil, and he gave orders to Sagar Gupta. But Sagar Gupta deliberately he delayed the message to Sushil, and he called Ashoka instead, who was in Takshila that time. He was there to look after some civil war type of a thing. So Ashoka came, and finally Ashoka was coronated the king of Mauryan Empire after Bindusar. If you see, Ashoka very, very intelligently divided his empire into 4 provinces. They were Uttarpat and Dakshinapat, then Prachyapat and Avantiratha. So when you say Uttarpat, you can make out from the name, it was the northern province with its capital at Takshila. Then they had this western province, Avantiratha, with headquarters at Ujjain. After Avantiratha, the Prachyapatha, the eastern province, with its headquarters at Tosala, and finally Dakshinapat, with capital at Suvarnagiri. But
yes,
Ashoka,
very big empire. So we all these provinces was having a capital to really work in a good to have a good administration.
How much you can imagine that how much organized Ashoka was at that time. Okay, so he had his headquarters at Patliputra. Patliputra was his capital in Magadha, and from there he managed all the 4 provinces. Because Ashoka's empire was very vast, it went up to now your modern Pakistan, Iran, Bangladesh, all that area was covered under the Ashokan Empire. So, sitting at Patliputra, Ashoka had all the information about the entire empire through his network of spies. He had spies posted at every nook and corner of the empire, and any problem, any outbreak, civil outbreak, everything, any fear of invasions from outside, everything was reported to the king. So, king was the head, Ashoka was the head of the administration. Then he had a council of ministers. Now, these ministers, there were 3 important ministers. They were Rajuka and Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika. So Pradeshika are the people who are managing the provinces. Rajuka are there to survey and assess the land, because revenue was very important, land revenue, to run the empire. The entire empire was, majorly based on the revenues which were coming in from the provinces. That was the income of the modern empire. So Pradeshika, Rajuka, and Yukta, these were the three main people in Ashoka's administration or council of ministers. Now, if we see, we further see this, then Pradeshika was the in charge of overall administration of a district. So there was district, and the smallest unit was gram. Gram means the village. So that way, see, the administration was decentralized. King is sitting at Patliputra, but through his council of ministers, his team, he was able to look after the administration in a very, very organized and a disciplined manner. Both things were there. To keep the empire intact, such a vast empire, and to rule for 14 years without any, civil outbreaks or without any problems is an achievement. And Ashoka did that. See, he was a strategist, and after his conversion into Buddhism, he became more wise as a person. So he was managing both things, his spirituality and the administration. Now, if we see the revenue collection and the maintenance and assessment of land was done by Rajuka. He was the person in charge who would see all this revenue department, and he would the land was surveyed, it was assessed that which land is more fertile, from where you can take more revenue. So everything was classified very, very properly. Okay, then the local administration was like this. There was a unit of 5 to 10 villages together. So in those villages, there was one head who was taking care of these 5 or 10 villages, and the intermediate level of administration between the district and that of a village was done by this person. Okay, then the tax collector there was known as Sthanika, because he is localized to that place only. So he was known as Sthanika. And the village, as I told you, was the smallest unit of administration, and it enjoyed autonomy to a great extent. See the beauty of the administration, that he gave freedom to the village head to operate at it at his own level. The village were given autonomy, which you hear now. This word autonomy is more popular now, but just imagine in 261 BC, after the Kalinga War, when he was setting up his administration, he was very much aware about the autonomy.
Yeah, I think now we see that there's a village.
So, individual,
everything is there. When we have district head, so I think where it is very similar.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
More or less the same. More or less the same. And then the individual village had their own set of officials under Gopa. Gopa was again an official in who's under all these individual village heads. They were under this person known as Gopa. Okay, then Nagaraka, the city superintendent, was there, who looked after the law and order of the city. And under Nagarika, there was a Gopa Sthanika, who was the local person who used to maintain the law and order in the city. So, can you just see that king, then council of ministers, and then the other officials? So, it was a very, very well organized administration. Everything, each and every department was set up, and particular person was appointed the head of the department, like revenue department, provincial, civil administration, everything was taken care of individually. And with the network of the spies, because the king was informed about every activity which was going on in his empire, so that he could suppress that then and there. See the beauty, that nothing was allowed to be big, any small discontent, or if the common public some discussions are going on, so the spies would immediately inform the king that this is happening. So immediately the king will take action and suppress a little outbreak which was going to happen. So this is the beauty of
Yeah. So what I feel is that he is a very he used to be very able administrator. But a part of this, I think, is very like of a benevolent king, and he acted as a father, because I have heard that he has put a stone carved with the directions that you should do this, you should not do this, for general public. So every day somebody is coming, something, a place like Chopal or something. So people are tend to, by default, reading those instructions every day, and in this, I think, will gives a lot of impact to the subject, isn't it?
Yes. And you, Kanchan, one thing which I forgot to mention is that before the Kalinga War, he was a very, very cruel and brutal king. Okay, because of his looks, he was not very good looking. So, if in this Buddhist text Mahavamsha, it is mentioned, which is written in Pali language, it is mentioned that when he was in his palace and he was surrounded by his, because he has many wives, so when he was surrounded by women, so the woman hesitated to touch him because of his skin. It was so uneven. So he got all those women, executed. He said, you burned them alive. All these women, God put them in. He had a particular torture cell in which people were tortured. Okay. And then he took the title of Priyadarshi. Priyadarshi matlab who looks good. Okay. So it was only through his power. He was not very good looking. Okay. But through his power, he took that title Priyadarshi. Deva Nam Pri. Deva Nam Pri. Who is loved by gods. Okay. Chakravarti. Chakravarti means whose empire is very large and wide. Samrat, king. So all those titles he took because of his this complex which he had, and because of which his father never liked him. Bindusar never liked Ashoka. He always gave more encouragement to Sushil, who was his elder son. Only because somehow Bindusar did not like his appearance, his strategies, though Ashoka was a very good military strategist. Okay, and when any outbreak was there, one time, for example, I will give you one example. When there was an outbreak in Takshila and Ujjain, so that time Bindusar ordered his elder son Sushil to go and suppress the rebellion. But he could not do that. He could not do that. Then he called Sushil back and sent Ashoka. And Ashoka was able to suppress the rebellion. So he was a very good military strategist. And he is also known for his army, because his army had 9,000 huge elephants. 9,000 huge elephants. Then there were horses, there were oxen, there were, the cavalry, the people, soldiers who used to walk on foot. So his military was very organized, very organized, and with the help of the elephants, because when you are going for a war and you see a huge, um, uh, group of elephants moving towards you, a person gets psychologically weak because they are so, giants.
Right.
So that was also a very intelligent move of Ashoka, that he used those elephants in his warfare. And whenever there was no war, all those elephants and his army, military soldiers, they had a training in the morning without fail after the sunrise.
Yes.
And now it was
something like today also we have daily trainings in army, so something like that.
And now the training was not to wage wars, it was only to protect the empire from the invaders.
Yes, it is after, I think, after he became Buddhist. So he is keeping that army so that people around his kingdom or the kings around his kingdom should not have an idea that we can invade now Ashoka's empire.
Yes. So the army was, was there to guard the borders of the empire, to see that the common public in his kingdom was happy. And he had a very peaceful rule of 14 years. After the Kalinga War, he ruled for 14 years, and that rule was very much appreciated by the people. People were very happy in his rule because of his policies and his administration, because each and every minor thing was also addressed. Any common person, if he had a grievance, they were told to pass it to the Pradeshika, and the Pradeshika will pass it to the king. So that channel was there.
Yeah,
it was
great.
not that it was inaccessible. King was always accessible.
Yes, he's the king of
then
people.
Yeah, he was the king of people.
Yeah.
And another little story I want to tell you about him is that once upon a time, he saw a Buddhist monk going, passing from near his palace, and he called for that monk. And when he called him inside his palace and asked that, who are you? Then he told that his name was Nigroth, and he happened to be the son of his elder brother, whom he got killed for the throne.
Okay.
He was Sushin's son.
Uh-huh.
So when he heard that he is Sushin's son, then he got more, empathetic about him, because he had this guilt feeling that he killed his father.
Yeah.
Then he asked Nikrot to take any seat in his, court, and Nikrot climbed and sat on his throne.
Okay.
But Ashoka didn't get angry, or he didn't, show any signs of anger. He was happy. And it is said that after that, it was Nigroth who taught him all the Buddhist principles, and he told him more about Buddha. And then he got inclined towards Buddhism. Because in the Buddhist text Mahavamsha and Deepvamsha, it is mentioned that when Buddha was visiting the empire of Magadha 100 years before the birth of Ashoka, so in that birth Ashoka met him when Buddha was there, and because Buddha was a bhikshu, he asked for this alms, and that time then Ashoka gave him some soil, mitti. He put it in his patra, the bhiksha patra. And then Buddha prophesied that time that after my death, 100 years, he will be born as Ashoka, and he will be a big ruler. He will rule the Mauryan Empire. So this was the prediction of Buddha, and it came true. And it is mentioned in the Buddhist text of Deepvansh and Mahavamsha.
Yes. So we have discussed about the administration, and we have touched the unique and crucial point of Ashoka's administration. So I'll just wind up this episode now, and we'll be discussing tomorrow about the army of Ashoka and how he has dealt, how he has maintained his army. So till tomorrow, you take care, have a good day, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchi.